So a warm welcome to all the viewers and the audience for today's webinar. We have all the panelists having joined us today for this webinar, which is the second in the series on oil to chemicals. The first one, which we had last month on the 18th of December, was on technologies, and we had 5 licensors presenting their basket of oil to chemicals technologies. Today's webinar is focused on the project execution challenges for oil to chemicals projects. And we have picked up 2 main models, the EPCM model and the EPC models for today's talk. And to set the webinar into motion, let me first acknowledge the sponsors who have come forth for sponsoring today's webinar. We have NLC India, who have sponsored today's webinar. Along with, we have Engineers India Ltd also, who has sponsored today's webinar. So we are grateful to both these companies for having taken the initiative in encouraging us in conducting this seminar. We begin today's formal proceedings as per the program given, which will comprise of 2 sessions. First is the inaugural session, and followed by the technical presentations. The technical presentations will be in a sequence as given as per the program, and we would like all the viewers to put in their questions on each presentation immediately after the presentation is over into the Q&A box, specifically mentioning the name of the presenter to whom the question has been addressed, so that it's easier for the presenter to identify the question addressed to him and answer that. We will take all the questions for answering at the end, excepting for the first 2 speakers who have requested that they would like to have the questions immediately after their presentation. So in case you have questions for their first 2 presentations, be quick to put in the Q&A box so that we can get them to answer these questions before they leave. They have agreed that they will come back at the end of the webinar also, in case there are any other follow-up questions by any member from the audience. So with this, we formally begin our inaugural session. We have Professor K.K. Pant, Professor and Head of the Department of Chemical Engineering at IIT Delhi, who is to give the welcome address. Professor Pant is currently the FIPI Petrotech Chair Professor. He has more than 30 years of academic and industrial research experience. He has about 35 high-impacted sponsored research projects to his credit. He has been a visiting professor also at some foreign universities. He has guided about 18 doctoral and 70 master's students. And his main area of work is heterogeneous catalysis, reaction kinetics, and he is now into development of sustainable processes for renewable energy. Over to you, Professor Pant, for your welcome address.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Deshpande, and good afternoon to everyone. And on behalf of Lovraj Kumar Memorial Trust, the FIPI, which is Federation of Indian Petroleum Industry, and ISH NRC, I welcome you all for this workshop. And the theme of the workshop, as all of you know, is the oil to chemicals strategy for refiners, increasing petrochemical intensity, reducing carbon emission intensity, EPCM, EPC execution challenges. So this is a wonderful topic which was discussed after a lot of the brainstorming sessions, and finally we came to this topic. And the importance, all of you know, in view of the current scenario of carbon capture and storage and the challenges which the refineries are facing in terms of the availability of the greener energy sources, when you talk about the new energy sources and the load on the whatever the emissions, which you talk about the carbon dioxide concentration in the environment, which has reached to a level of 450 ppm. So in view of that, the refineries always face a challenge. And then new trends in terms of the automobile sector, when we are talking about the clean fuels, right? A lot of new things are coming in terms of hydrogen energy. So the traditional automobile vehicular fuels like gasoline, diesel will be trade off, or there is a balance between the conventional energy sources as well as the green sources. So refineries have to integrate, right, with alternate processes. So with this concept, I think we have the 6 speakers who will talk on these different subjects and give the glimpse on the challenges. So I welcome everyone for this. Before going for the session, it's my duty to speak about the Lovraj Kumar Memorial Trust. So I'll give you some brief about the Lovraj Kumar Memorial Trust. So Sri Lovraj Kumar, born on 26th August 1926, belonged to an illustrious family of Uttar Pradesh. He was educated at Doon School, Dehradun, and completed his higher studies from Allahabad University and Magdalen College, Oxford. He was one of the first two Indians to awarded the prestigious Rhodes Scholarship at the Oxford University. So it's a long details about him, but I will give only brief of the glimpse what he did for the refining and petrochemical sectors. Like after a brief spell with this, with the then Burman cell, he joined the Government of India and held with distinction a number of senior positions in various assignments. With a missionary zeal and a vision towards creating technological capabilities and infrastructure, he played a pivotal role over a period of extending to more than 3 decades in the development of, among others, the hydrocarbons and related sectors, including petrochemicals. Even after his superannuation from the government in 1986, he continued to be actively associated with the national development through a host of related organizations. Uh, Followed by following his untimely demise in 1994, the Lovraj Kumar Memorial Trust was established in his memory with the initiative of the Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, Northern Regional Center, New Delhi, with very active involvement and very whelming support of a wide range of industries, prominent among them being in the hydrocarbon sector, where Lovraj Kumar was instrumental in its evolution and growth. So then subsequently we had the several workshops. So an annual memorial lectures was organized each year when 27 memorial lectures have been delivered so far by eminent speakers. So I will just name a couple of them like Professor M.G.K. Menon, Dr. Abid Hussain, Dr. V.L. Kelkar, Professor Y.K. Alag, Mr. N. Mittal, Dr. G.V. Ramakrishna, Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, Dr. Kirti Parikh, Dr. M.S. Swaminathan, Mr. Vinit Nair, Mr. P.C. Alexander, Mr. Subir Raha, Dr. R.K. Pachori, Justice J.S. Verma, Mr. Soli, Sorabji, Mr. Sam Petroda, Mr. Manishankar Iyer, Mr. Montek Singh Aluwalia, Mr. Nandan Nelenkani, Dr. Harshvardhan Singh, Mr. Nitin Dayalji Desai, Mr. Vikram Singh Mehta, Mr. B.K. Chaturvedi, Mr. B.C. Bhargav, Mr. Prabhat Kumar, Mr. Professor M.M. Sarma, and Mr. K.V. Kamath. So these were the kind of lectures which were highly appreciated by the audience. The trust has been receiving active support from many organizations, notably among them are like IOC, EIL, ONGC, HPCL, GAIL, and Federation of Indian Petroleum Industry, BPCL, IIT Delhi, and several other academic institutes and the industry. So the national workshop organized by the trust in the past have covered such relevant areas as hydrocarbon processing in petroleum refining industry, safety and risk management in high pressure process plants, IT in petroleum and petrochemical processing, water management in process industries, energy management and conservation. So a wide spectrum of these have been covered and given the lot of say, new knowledge and insights to the audience. The trust also organized say upstream R&D conclave focusing on development in the areas of extreme relevance for the industry. The conclave provided a platform for sharing some of the key issues being faced by operators in the upstream sectors related to operations in frontier areas and work being done by research wings of service providers, research organizations, and other in these areas. So the trust actively appreciates itself in several lectures organized by the Federation of Indian Petroleum Industry FIPI and is constantly exploring over areas for sharing of knowledge in the hydrocarbon sector and related fields, as well as in other areas of the public interest. So this is the brief about the Lovraj Kumar Memorial Trust. And with this, I welcome all the distinguished persons on the dais. So we have the 6 speakers on the dais at present. Before introducing about the speakers, I just would like to introduce our chairman of the LKMT, Mr. B.K. Chaturvedi, who had been the former Cabinet Secretary, Government of India, and Chairman of Lovraj Kumar Memorial Trust. So here's a long citations, but I will go briefly on that. Couple of things which I will read here. So Sri B.K. Chaturvedi was appointed by the Union Government as Member Planning Commission in June 2017, and subsequently he had been associated with several activities. So a couple of these things which I would like to read here, that he is a batch, IS 1966 batch, and then he did lot of things under his guidance, and several new things have been developed. So he continued in the capacity for a period of 3 years as a cabinet secretary. And during this period, he advised the appointments committee of the cabinet on all major assignments in the central government, worked as secretary to the union cabinet, advised the prime minister on all major policy issues, and was head of the National Crisis Management Committee. Sri Chaturvediji's experience in both rich and multifaceted and includes both government and corporate world. He has been secretary to the Government of India in several ministries, including finance, human resource development, which include the higher education, technical education, and elementary education, and petroleum and natural gas for more than 6 years. The various assignments held by him in the union government include chairman and managing director, State Trading Transport Corporation of India, and executive director, Trade Development Authority of India. He has been member of boards of several public sectors undertaking, including MMTC Limited, Life Insurance Corporation of India, General Insurance Corporation of India, and State Electricity Board of Uttar Pradesh. So he has several laurels. So he holds a master degree in physics from Allahabad Regional Engineering College, Allahabad. Subsequently, he studied the public administration from the Manchester University, UK, 1978. Sri Chaturvedi has traveled very extensively overseas and international negotiations. He has represented Government of India on the board of UNICEF and UNDP New York, and he has published several research papers on public administration and governance. So thank you, Mr. Chaturvedi, for accepting the chairmanship of this Lovraj Kumar Memorial Trust, and we are really happy to see you here on the dais. Next, I introduce Mr. Prab Das. So Prab Das, he is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of HMEL. So Mr. Prab Das has been involved with HMEL since its inception, including in the formation of the joint venture. He formally joined HMEL in 2008 and has been instrumental in setting up of Guru Gobind Singh refinery project and its operation thereafter. He possessed vast and wide-ranging experience in administration and management, having served in Indian Administrative Service for over 25 years. He is responsible for leading and managing HMEL and its subsidiaries as a managing director and chief executive officer. So I'm not reading all these details. And during his tenure in the ministry, he was on the board of Fortune 500 companies such as Indian Oil Corporation Limited, HPCL Mangalore Refineries and Petrochemicals Limited, Chennai Petrochemical Corporation Limited, and Engineer India Limited. Mr. Das is BTech from IIT Kharagpur and completed his Masters of Business Administration from Southern Cross University, Australia. So thank you, Mr. Prab Das, for joining this trust. Thank you. Next, I will introduce Mr. Alok Sinha. So Alok Sinha is presently head project managing group Reliance Industries Limited, and as he already said, also he is the alumni of IIT Delhi. So we welcome you. He has been in Reliance for over 30 years and has extensive experience in executing some of the large projects in the hydrocarbon industry. He has extensive experience working closely with major international technology and engineering companies and spent considerable time working in UK and North America. He also has the experience of operating large chemical plants. Currently, he is leading the Reliance Project Management Group. which operates across OTC. So this is the theme of the today's workshop also. So business verticals of Reliance. In his earlier role as head of strategy and planning, has defined and implemented robust business process, organizational structures, execution strategies, governance and control mechanism, and automation, IT framework to help deliver multi-billion-dollar projects. He had worked as a project manager also, and before joining to this, he had been working in several other groups like hydrotreaters, platformers, ethylene cracker, paraxylene, and aromatic. Alok Sinha ji is a chemical engineer from IIT Delhi, as I said, and enjoys listening to music and following various sports. So we welcome Mr. Alok ji for this workshop, and thank you for being on the dais. And our fourth eminent person on the dais is Mr. Ajay Deshpande. So it's my pleasure to introduce him. He had, all of you know him. He's the former director, technical ops, and chairman and managing director of Engineers India Ltd. And presently he is an independent consultant working earlier in MS EIL, as I told you, as a director and chairman and managing director in charge. And he's a graduate in chemical engineering and postgraduate in management and system, joining EIL in 1979 as a management trainee in the process division. And he worked on aromatic, olefin, and polymer producing units designed for major PSUs and some international clients. He then worked in project execution division for setting up a gas cracker plant at Dahej and PTA plant at Panipat. In his second stint in process division, he was then team leader for naphtha cracker complex at Panipat and undertook major revamp expansion in gas processing at Uran and Hazira. So he has a vast experience, and which we welcome Dr. Deshpande on the dais, and I hope that the workshop, which is on oil to chemical, will bring new insights among the audience, and I will be happy to introduce all the other speakers later. Dr. Ajay Deshpande will introduce, and before that, I request Mr. Chaturvedi ji to give his welcome address before starting the lecture. So, Mr. Chaturvedi ji, please.
You're
Unmute,
on mute, sir.
unmute, sir.
Yeah, I done that. Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Pant and other distinguished members. I see Prab Das, seeing him after a long time. I see Ajay and of course Mr. Shyam. We meet often as part of the Memorial Trust. I'm very happy that Ajay has taken this initiative to organize this lecture. This is second in the series for us. It's a 3-series lecture. As it was mentioned earlier, the earlier lecture was on the technologies. Now this one is on the refineries and those others people will be implementing this thing and their issues and problems. During the course of it, you'll find specific presentations. I don't have to go into it. I will only highlight 2 important issues in this regard. First, it is important for us to delve into this area, all the refineries, because the oil prices are, it is not very clear where they will go. There is a major variations in these prices depending on now that the renewable energy has taken over, and we are thinking of electric vehicles and others and other usages of renewable energy. The demand for oil is not very clear for transportation. Therefore, it is important that our refineries do go into other areas which can give them profitability and make them better units. So from that perspective, it is extremely important. The other important area one has to look at is the issue of climate change. Increasingly, the world is realizing that because of the carbon emissions, we have to see that the temperatures are going up because of carbon dioxide, and therefore our technologies and our methods should be such that they lead to its reduction. Now, if it is to lead to its reduction, then the use of many of these petroleum-based products for transportation usages would again get impacted. And secondly, you would also be required to work on technologies where you can work on capturing the carbon emissions or limiting the carbon emissions. I think both these are important issues, and I'm sure that as you discuss these technologies, you would be working on these two important areas. I would very keenly looking forward to this presentation from these 6 presenters. I like to thank Professor Pant especially for giving such a detailed description of the Memorial Trust. Our intention is to see that the spread of technology for the benefit of, particularly in the oil sector, is expands. And I hope that this seminar would be an important step in that direction. With these words, I once again thank the organizers, especially Ajay Deshpande, for taking this great initiative, and all other organizers and helping them. Thank FIPI for supporting this initiative, and I look forward to this important development in the field of petrochemicals. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Mr. Chaturvedi ji. Now I request Dr. Ajay Deshpande to kindly take the lead and introduce the speaker.
I think Professor Pant, you have already introduced Mr. Prab Das and Mr. Alok Sinha. So they will now complete their presentations and their views. Mr. Prab Das is giving the keynote speech. After that, Mr. Alok Sinha will share his views as owners. And thereafter, I'll take over to introduce the individual speakers. Over to you, Mr. Prab Das.
Thank you. Thank you, Deshpande ji, and thank you, Professor Pant. I must first, acknowledge Mr. B.K. Chaturvedi sir. He was the man who has introduced me to this petroleum sector. He was secretary and he picked me up as a joint secretary. So I will ever be grateful to him for introducing me to this sector. So thank you, sir. Let me also thank all the panelists and their participants. I really see a good number, 189 participants. If so many people have joined, it means this topic is absolutely correct topic which Mr. Deshpande has chosen, and it has 3 parts. And very intermingled 3 parts. Very simply, strategy for refineries, increasing petrochemical industry. Second part is carbon emission intensity. Third is EPCM execution challenges. Let me touch upon each one of them a little bit, because, okay. So, as mentioned by Mr. Chaturvedi, that all the oil companies, especially refinery or the gas processing units, are all looking to get into this petrochemical business. And the more the merrier, more petrochemical you make, you will be better. So that's the, and this has been done on few premises or, few assumptions. So let me get into each assumption and then see, whether assumptions are to be challenged or, they are right assumptions. First is, as was mentioned by Mr. Chaturvedi again, and everybody is talking, petrol and diesel are going to go away. EVs are going to take over. Environmentally friendly fuels are going to come in. So we should do something. Otherwise, you will be left with lot of diesel and petrol, and we'll be left high and dry. The second one, huge demand of polymers. There's a huge demand of polymers. There's a lot of import, and you got to fill it up. And if you don't do, then who else will do? So that's the second presumption which we are saying. I was part of it. We are also making a petrochemical plant. So I'm just challenging the assumptions. The third assumption is good margin in petrochemicals. If you are having, a margin of $3-4 in liquid, you will have $10-12 or maybe more in polymer or chemicals. And the fourth reason is you diversify, and you will have a lot of benefit under capture carbon credits, CO2 emissions, etc. So there are four presumptions. So let me start with the first one: huge demand. I was going into the numbers. We consumed as a country 34 exajoules of energy in 2019. 30% came from oil. 30% came of oil, 10 exajoules. Okay. Now we have a target of making 10 trillion economy, maybe by 2025 or maybe a little later. So GDP has to grow, and we have seen the energy consumption will also increase, and it has to increase by 1.5 times to 2 times. So as I mentioned, we were using 10 exajoules of oil. Now we will be using at least 50. And all the energy have to come in. So to get to 50 exajoules, we not only have to increase the production of oil, for solar, for gas, for, you name it. All energy sector have to come in, including coal, to meet this requirement. You talk to people who are in oil sector, you talk to people who are not in oil sector. Oil sector people will say petrol and diesel is going to remain, don't panic too much. And people who are dealing with others will tell you. So we have to take a very balanced view whether oil and gas is going to go away or is going to stay. Okay, that's one. Number two, I was seeing being worked in government, so I also think of the government, how they are thinking. Petrol and diesel gives central government 2.5 lakh crore rupees every year, and state government 2 lakh crore, and it's a huge money. Supposing petrol and diesel are not there tomorrow. Supposing diesel and petrol are not there, they have to put this tax to somebody else. They have to put this tax to something else. It may be natural gas, it may be solar, it may be somewhere, but government cannot survive without a tax. So now if you are taking a decision on any of the alternative fuels, please take a decision taking taxes out. Petrol prices are 80-90 rupees, 60 rupees goes in tax. If it is only 30 rupees, then you compare on calorific value and take a call. So that's the first thing, on demand and supply of huge demand. Second one, huge demand for polymer. Yes. Currently, I always say that this country requires one cracker of 1.2 million ton ethylene capacity every year. That's the demand. That's the demand, and we are short. We are importing a lot of polymer as well as specialty chemicals. We are importing lots of it, and though we do require. At the same time, I hear plastic ban. Plastic is bad for environment. There is a campaign against plastic. I get scared. Whether this will continue. We are taking that, we will go for 6-7% growth. There is no clarity on single-use plastic. I went to Mumbai and talked to various processors which buy our polyethylene, polypropylene, and they are not putting up any more lines. They are not expanding the capacity unless there is a clarity. And the clarity is not in our favor. The whole world is against polymers. I mean, rightly or wrongly, there's a debatable point. We have to have better, recycling. We have to have better waste disposal, all that thing. But when you take a call, do it very, very sincerely, because people are thinking of EPR, extended producer responsibility. Like CSR, this is being imposed on the producers. This is not tax. It's not pass through. It is cost. It is cost to company. Whether, the benefits which I told you, there are a lot of benefits in polymers, just keep that in mind. So that, you take a decision, very reasoned decision. Okay. The third one, huge, a huge gap between, the margins which liquids are getting and which margins are the petchem is getting. So let's do it, no questions asked. Okay. I was looking back, these projections, these projections are being made by various people, very intelligent people, and I was going through this intelligent people report, and in 2019, I was very happy person that they had all predicted that IMO will come, and IMO is basically the fuel for the ships, and refinery will be booming because the cracks will be $20 for diesel, and the light heavy margin for the crude will go up, and those who are having a very sophisticated refinery like HMEL will be booming. It just happened the other way around. It happened before the pandemic, not during the pandemic. January 2020 was the day the margins were not in $20, they were hardly in $2-3, and then it crashed. The margin which we thought that heavy light crude differential will be somewhere $6-7. They were null, zero difference. These predictions, be careful. Be careful of this prediction, because everybody is in this game. You name a company, and if company who doesn't talk about polymers is a bad company. So be careful. China is putting up very heavily. Vietnam is putting up. Middle East is putting up. India is putting up. Okay, so I'm not discouraging people. I'm saying that take a call by looking at various factors, and what you think you should be doing. It should be not on a presumption basis that everything will be fine. The fourth one is very important: the carbon, the CO2 emission that Mr. Chaturvedi mentioned. That here, that's the topic, second part, which Mr. Deshpande has put. This is where is the most difficult part, and this is where it scares me maximum. The policies in the world are changing overnight. Therefore, yesterday, USA had, not in Paris. Yesterday, they were in Paris Agreement, and very aggressively, and they are pushing. Till therefore, yesterday I was not very worried, but today I'm very worried. And this thing comes thick and fast. And previously, normally it starts with voluntary basis. I don't think that any company, what his name, has not made a plan on the website that they are going to be carbon neutral by this date. Every company on earth, any big company. But this is on voluntary basis, and people are working. It's not that people are not working. People are seriously working on this. Stage number one is very simple. Now there will be a second stage of incentivization. Those who will do will give you credit. We will give him incentives. Various things will come. But I am worried about after that mandatory requirement. That is where the technology have not developed. People will talk a lot about carbon capture, carbon utilization, carbon sequestration. I was going through various reports, and I told my people, where are they? Then they are there. They're very costly. Economics is very, very costly. So number one, we got to work together to get the technology in, which is economic. And number two, we have to prepare ourselves. It's going to come thick and fast. You be petchem or you petroleum. There is a direct emission, there is an indirect emission. Okay. For indirect emission, you will be benefited if you are not making petrol and diesel. But direct emission will still remain, even if you have a petchem unit. There will be emissions of carbon dioxide in various processes. This is where I think, most of the people should be working on this, so that, there should be a clear roadmap. I'll again tell Mr. Chaturvedi was there when, we made a roadmap for our fuels. And it was a very smooth transition from no Euro to Euro 6. Very smooth. All the refineries did, made up, and all the automobiles also, compensated their engines accordingly. And currently, country in less than 20 years is producing and using the best fuel possible. So there should be a clear roadmap made by the government, so that all the industries can work together. So it should not come in a day that from tomorrow there shall not be any emission. So that's my understanding. That's my submission. The one for the industries, let's work together now, thick and hard, on R&D, and number two with the government that give us a clear roadmap so that we can work on that. The last point which Deshpande has put is EPC and EPCM. Let me also spend some time on this, 2-3 minutes. You know, I'm in the midst of implementing a $3 billion project, and which is the help of EIL, and we are doing good. Maybe this year we will be able to commission it. If you ask me, the most difficult thing to get is a good EPC or EPCM contractor. We are now going to implement 8 lakh crore project. I can name it. This is all public knowledge. In this only in the petchem sector, petroleum refinery is another. So if you have 8 lakh only in petchem and similar amount in refinery in next 5-7 years, there are not enough contractors. There are not enough. For this project, I had gone all over the world and met all the CEOs of all the big EPCM companies. I must have met 10. I went to Korea, I went to Japan, I went to USA, I went to Europe, and met everybody. And nobody was interested in coming to India. I asked him, why are you not coming? He says, no, India business is very difficult to do. So after great, poking, I came to know that, our, especially PSU, norms are very one-sided. Slowly, all our contracts, they all started FIDIC. That was the starting point always. But slowly, we have introduced all that clauses so that, all the responsibility on the contractor's shoulder and no responsibility on the owner. We did. So we told them we will tweak, we will change, and we did change. And we did have some people coming in, international players, but we got to look very seriously that why good people are not coming. They are, I'm very proud of LNT. He's sitting here. They are doing work for us, and then I'm proud of many Indian EPC companies. However, their numbers are very less. The charts are too big. We got to encourage. We got to change our contract. We have to develop their expertise. The thing which always affects is the working capital. Most of the people don't have working capital, so we are struggling. The banks are very reluctant to give. There's a whole lot of problems. We got to think very seriously how to encourage a big or a potential EPC companies in the country. There are hundreds of them, but to do the job of 16 lakh crore is something which we have to very seriously look into. Okay, so that's all my views on the topic. I will say that there's a huge potential, there's a huge opportunity, and we should not miss it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prabdas. For sharing your views. We always thought HMEL has been a trendsetter of sorts in project implementation, and your success in completing the first phase and now the second phase, even amidst the pandemic, is going to be looked at very closely, and we are going to set many trends on this aspect. So it's over to you, Mr. Alok Sinha, another owner in the phase of implementing oil to chemicals projects successfully. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Das, and thank you, Mr. Deshpande. And let me, quickly get into my presentation. I'll try and share my screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope you can see this the screen. And I think coincidentally, it very well doves into what Mr. Das was talking about EPC, and I will concentrate my presentation on the EPC side rather than get into the business, which Mr. Das has very beautifully captured, I think. So there's absolutely no doubt that there'll be huge investment in the whether you call it the O2C, you call it the O2M, because there's also the oil to materials sector which will open up. So, and there's going to be a huge amount of investment to be made. Okay, the question is, and exactly what Mr. Das is raising, are we as the owners and the willing to make that kind of investment in the current scenario? Whether it be the regulatory, whether it be the financial, whether it be the capabilities around it. So we in the last at least 30 years, I have executed, and Reliance in 40 years have executed very, very large projects. And we have had our own challenges which we have tried to overcome. So what I'll try and do is share some of those challenges and how we have tried to overcome them, and then also look forward is what is the future that we as Reliance would like to see as owners from the EPC companies or anyone who makes these projects for us. So Reliance has grown via backward integration from the textiles to fiber intermediates, then the building blocks, the basic building blocks of ethylene and propylene and so on and so forth, and then also captured the value chain in the polymers and the elastomers, and then of course we went into refining when it was pretty difficult to get into the refining business, and then of course oil and gas sector, and recently we have diversified into the retail and the the digital space, and very successfully we have done that, and this is all been done in the last 40 years or so. And Jamnagar, of course, which is the jewel of the crown, and it is the biggest refinery and the biggest factory in the world. We started off with the Petchem integration in 1995 when we were on the boards of designing the refinery, much before the refinery integration with petrochemicals became fashionable. The last 10 15 years it's become fashionable, but we did it starting 95, and then we also went ahead and built the first ever refinery off gas cracker. Nobody has done it so far. We are the only ones. And then also we truly made the first bottomless refinery through the gasification process of the petcoke, which is the bottom product of the refinery. So we have been pioneers in both refinery configuration or the entire integration of the value chain from oil to chemicals for quite some time. And this growth of Reliance, from practically nothing to a $200 billion enterprise in 40 years, has been through of course path-breaking performance in project management, because we have built all of it organically. We have built all the assets ourselves, and of course we have very, very competent and deep technical staff. And last 40 years we've had our own project management group, our own construction, our own procurement, and we have been doing all of that, and you will see in the subsequent slides. So our approach has been hands-on project management. We don't fear getting our hands dirtied. We get into every aspect of project management, construction, procurement. We know every nuts and bolts. When I did my first cracker plant in Hazira, I can still visualize, though 3D was not there, I can still visualize the plant in my head today. So that is what we have built. This is how we are trained to execute projects. We have de-layered our organization. Decision making is very fast. We don't have intermediaries translating management thoughts. It is all our management, which is right from the owners. They are hands-on this project execution. Okay. We have also taken a life cycle approach to infrastructure facilities and assets that we build. So we don't go based on the lowest cost. We go based on the max value of the asset. And again, we had pioneered another thing of the EPCO teams. So from the very beginning, we have the engineering, procurement, construction, and operations working hand in hand. And there is a smooth transfer from one to the other, especially during the pre-commissioning and commissioning activities. Standardization and consolidation across projects we have done. That is something that we have been doing for a long, long time. And we have also been future-proofing our assets for low-cost capacity enhancements. So we know that we build the plants at much lower cost than, say, the US Gulf Coast or the the Middle East players. But we also have built-in design so that we can debottleneck and actually bring it much lower per ton of the product. So this is what has helped us in the past. Okay, we have also had some strategic global standards and global sizes. We have never compromised on the size. We extend the thing. Repeat and reuse of engineering. This also helps in the entire execution process, the timelines that we talk about, and collaboration, and all these things. One of the other things that which many of the established EPC players find funny is what we talk in terms of bulk liquidation. So we start the construction early, we forget about all sequences and everything, just keep liquidating man hours. Because you will see later, like in J3 projects, we did about 1.3 billion man hours, which is huge. And so our strategy has been just liquidate whatever quantity comes in front of you, but at the same time, keep your eyes on the critical paths so that you don't lose sight of the overall project. So this is some of the quantities that we have done in the recent project, which is called the J3 project. And you can see, while the refinery was the biggest refinery, the J3 project is more than twice the size, whether it be engineering man hours, whether it be the construction man hours, all kinds of quantities that we did liquidate in the last 4-5 years that we did the J3 project. And I have especially added this, the control center that we have built is because, we just don't build a industrial infrastructure. We like to build this thing. So you can see the type of control centers that we have built. This is the outside view of the same control center. This is, with a lot of pride, I can say, this is the entire 6-drum structure that the coke drums we had to replace after 20 years of operation. And so we lifted the entire 6-drum derrick structure, which was weighing about 2,000 ton with a 5,000 ton crane, and replaced it in, we did the entire exercise in less than 50 days from shutdown to back oil in. So the other thing, we when we talk about doing hands-on project management, we recognize the the shortfall which Mr. Das was talking earlier, much way ahead, and we built all the infrastructures at Jamnagar. So pipe fabrication facilities, we have built a world. I mean, in India, nobody has the pipe fabrication facilities that we have. In fact, in J3, we fell short of these capacities, and when we wanted to go and outsource pipe fabrication for the first time in Reliance history, we didn't get much capacity in India. So we actually went to Middle East to, we did outsource something in India, but we went to Middle East to do some of the fabrication of pipes or the spools. Similarly, in steel, we have a huge shop. We were fabricating over 28,000 tons per month of structural steel in the site, but then we had to go out. And then again, we didn't find facilities within India. We went to, the Southeast Asia, Thailand and Indonesia to, get the steel fabricated. So, and similarly, all the batching plants we have on site, all construction machinery, we are probably the biggest owner of construction machinery in the country. I know, despite not being our business, so because when we want to build projects, we need to do all this, and it pays back over a period of time. So we have not shied away from investing money into buying large capacity cranes, trailers, trucks, batching, this all other kind of earth moving machineries and other things. So similarly, again, craft training center. We built craft training center, and just in J3 we skilled around 67,000 work people. And this is not even talking about training people in safety and other things. These are main welders and fitters and those kind of craft. We do our own infrastructure, whether it be road building, whether it be workman. We actually have a workman camp of over 100,000 people. In J3, we had mobilized about, at the peak, we had about, 1.5 lakh people working at the site just on that J3 project. And we had, this workman camps built for 1 lakh people. So coming now to the main, what is our drivers for the O2C project execution? So that, I think, of course, safety and quality. We have paid a lot of attention to, safety, and CII, which is the Construction Industry Institute based out of Austin, Texas, is, we are following their safety standards in terms of the numbers. We even feedback our safety standards, our safety numbers into them so that we can compare our how we are doing with the international peers. And I'm glad to say that, we have done much better than what CI publishes as a, safety statistics. Similarly, technical integrity assurance in our business, we can never be too safe in terms of zinc. We've had problems about poor supplies, LTCS material stamped as LTCS coming as, ordinary carbon steel. I'm sure all the owners will be facing that problem. All kinds of issues we have had. We had to quarantine material. We had to send them back. Design, we have our own engineering company. We have roughly about 700 people on our rolls who perform engineering, and we use them to do all kinds of checks on the engineering that we have. We have our own construction people supervising, and we have a large, quality personnel on the jobs to make sure that, we don't put, or the contractors don't put carbon steel in place of alloy steel, or, those kind of things which keep happening. The most important thing is, if O2C business has to progress in India now, we can no longer compare ourselves with Europe or America or Middle East. We have to be competitive vis-a-vis Southeast Asia and China. If we don't compete in cost and schedule especially on schedule cost, people can argue, how the costing is done in China, but on schedule, we have to be competitive vis-a-vis China. Otherwise, why would any owner put up a capacity in India if you're not competitive? We have collaborated with all the EPC contractors, Indian and abroad, and we are open to all kinds of contracting models. So whether it be LSTK, whether it be reimbursable, open, we are open as long as we can find collaborators who are willing to partner with us and meet our expectations. We also think that offsite construction with latest construction technologies is the way to go. We cannot keep doing every bit at site. So modularization and that kind of capacity needs to come up. And I think most importantly, digital project execution and digital handover of the asset lifecycle. If you want the industry to go into the, what they call Industry 4.0 and smart manufacturing and so on and so forth, we cannot have design data and construction data not being handed over digitally to the operations. Okay, so while we want to leverage the entire digital chain for execution, we also need to hand over the digital data to operations for the smart manufacturing, for IoT, and all those kind of smart things that we're talking about. So that is very important. So let me just come to the last slide, which is the digital project execution and handover. The way we look at it is to build a project collaboration platform with all the elements of the project being on it. And we have embarked on this journey. We will build the digital infrastructure the way we have built the physical infrastructure for our project execution, because that is the only way we can assure our project success and our operation and smart manufacturing success in future. And I would request people, to get into this and follow the global standards which CIFOS and ISO 15926 are laying out for digital execution and digital handover of data. And with that, thank you very much, and I conclude my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alok Kumar. Both Reliance and HMEL have been kind of trendsetters in project implementation. And that was the reason for having both of you in our inaugural session today, because you are the ones who have successfully proven that projects have inherently a tendency to go off schedule and off cost. But if you do management from the owner's side effectively and keep the controls in your hands, don't let it go into the hands of a consultant or a contractor, the projects can be kept on track and within manageable costs and within manageable schedules also. So a lot of learnings from both your speeches and presentations. In fact, Mr. Alok Sinha's presentation, I was in two minds whether to put you in the inaugural session or in the second session by the technical presentation. But I'm glad I kept you in the first session because you have given a complete overview of the owner's point of view. So I'm sure the companies who are going to present in the second session, the technical presentations, will keep that in mind and cover some of the points that you have mentioned are which are likely to be contributing to project successes. So we complete the inaugural session part, and now we move to the technical presentations. The first presentation is by uh, Mr. Rajesh Joshi from Acker Solutions. And let me repeat for the benefit of all those who have joined late that whatever questions you have on the presentations of Mr. Rajesh Joshi and the Mrs. Prema Suresh, who is to follow the second presentation, kindly put them in the Q&A box, because both of them have requested that they would like to take the questions immediately after their presentation. So you need to be fast with your questions so that we can take them up during their presence. In fact, there is already a question from Mr. Alok Sinha. Mr. Alok Sinha, if you permit me, can I put them across to you?
Sure.
What is the timeline schedule for implementation of RIL OTC project? Now, obviously, it doesn't mention which OTC project, but how would you like to answer this? Do you have any timeline for any of the projects that you have mentioned to share with the audience?
So, I think we are still looking at our options for future growth, and we haven't really, sort of finalized our future plans in terms of the implementation. But we are very, very actively looking at various options on the O2C as well as the O2M areas. So I can't really give a time right now.
Okay, fine. Okay. So we take to the first presentation by Mr. Rajesh Joshi. Over to you, Mr. Rajesh Joshi. Let me first have the CVs. Yeah. Mr. Rajesh Joshi is Senior Vice President and Managing Director for Acker Solutions Operations in India. He is a petroleum and petrochemical engineer with almost 30 years of professional experience, has undergone management training at IIM Ahmedabad. He started his career with Acker Solutions in '91 and has led several project executions of refinery and petrochemical segments in India and overseas. He is currently the head of the India operations of Acker Solutions. So it's over to you, Mr. Rajesh Joshi, for your presentation.
Thank you so much. Hope you all can hear me well.
Yes, fine.
So let me share my screen, and now I can check if the screen is visible.
Yes, it's visible. Perfect.
Okay, thank you so much. So first of all, I would like to thank the Lovraj Memorial Trust and Ajay Deshpande yourselves for inviting me into this presentation and be a speaker in this forum. And it's really indeed an honor to be here in this setup with the elite, people from different industries, Professor Pan, B.K. Chaturvedi, Mr. Das, Mr. Alok Sinha, and everyone. So today I'm going to talk about influencing EPC success through strong engineering execution. So here we are going to talk more about how an engineering company and how an engineering contribution can lead to a successful EPC execution. And before I do that, I will introduce the Acker Solutions company for a couple of 2-3 slides, and then we move on to the topic. So what I will do is just proudly introduce Acker Solutions. We are basically providing services to the complete value chain across the oil and gas and the hydrocarbon industry. And we are like providing integrated solutions from subsea field development to onshore facilities and processing over the life of an energy asset. So our heritage has been in oil and gas and hydrocarbons. However, we are increasingly working towards renewables technologies, particularly the offshore wind and the carbon capture utilization and storage technologies. And we heard about it in the past from Mr. Das, and also towards hydrogen. And this integrated approach actually helps us to look at each phase in a very distinct way, and how the decision making in one phase affects the subsequent phases. So it can be viewed as a total system view in a way. Moving on, Aker Solutions is a Norwegian organization with international footprint. We are actually present in 20 countries across 50 locations, and we have internationally about 15,000 employees. And we have a very strong record of project execution across different geographies. This actually gives us also a very strong foothold and a foundation to succeed in the upcoming renewables segment. Describing something about Aker Solutions in India. So Aker Solutions India has been in existence since 1960s. So it's close to 60 years presence in India. And currently we are at 2 locations in India. One is Mumbai and another one is Pune. And from Mumbai, we execute the engineering projects. Our main offerings actually include feed and early engineering through detailed engineering, project management and procurement services up to construction supervision and field engineering. And our key deliveries include offshore platforms, LNG projects, both liquefaction and regas terminals. And we have executed number of petrochemical and refinery projects. We also have an integrated work share model that we use for our global project delivery through our Norwegian offices. And our key customers include all the multinationals here. And we would have done a lot of projects for Reliance Industries in the last 20-30 years. We work with ONGC. We have worked for EPC companies like Larsen & Toubro, Tata Projects, Petrofac, and they have worked with other multinationals like Shell and Exxon and Castrol. We also have built projects, mostly the refinery projects and the petrochemical projects for the national oil companies, the Indian Oil Corporation, HPCL, and now we are currently working on HRRL projects in Rajasthan. We have another location which I mentioned about is in Pune. There we actually execute engineering, application engineering for our subsea operations. It caters to the subsea business and also manage the supply chain network for the entire the global offices. So Indian expertise and global deliveries. So we have a very diverse portfolio of offering across the refinery, petrochemicals, LNG, and in the offshore business segment as well. So talking about refinery experience, we have over 4 million man-hours of refinery experience, and we have executed very large refinery projects over the last 15 to 20 years, and that includes complex metallurgy. It includes high pressure, high temperature applications, and a variety of crudes. On the petrochemical sides, we have delivered services on feed and detailed engineering and commissioning assistance. And we have really built very large capacity projects across the world, and that covers PTA, polypropylene, polyethylene, methanol, oxo alcohols, and many more. So this is exactly that we are talking about, the transition from oil to chemicals. On the LNG, of course, we have extensive experience on doing the liquefaction and regas terminals across the world. And we have built large capacity LNG terminals in the United States and also the regas terminals across the world. 20 years, of course, have been also in delivery of offshore projects, which is not very relevant for this, at this forum, but just to give you a spread of the diversity of the portfolio that we have. But we have executed like 30 platforms and modifications on about 300 projects on the western coast of India. So this gives a snapshot of our O2C credentials. So we have executed most of the refinery units, starting from the CDU videos to hydrocrackers and hydrogen generation units, and of course the last bottom of barrel kind of applications, the delayed coker units, and etc. And the petrochemicals and the chemical side, you see the polyethylene plant and the PTA pictures there in the photographs there. So in all, about 6 million man-hours plus of experience of delivering O2C projects from India. Now we come to the main topic of our presentation today, which is engineering execution for EPC success. And this is a very interesting topic because what happens is this model of execution currently is mostly the EPC model of execution in India. If you look at the India market or the Middle East or the Asian market, the predominant execution model is EPC. And what we do is we have broken this whole execution chain into 5 steps, and we have this as a trademark execution model that we pass through those 5 different gates. So when it comes to EPC, it is basically starting from the end of system description up to the construction and commissioning. So that's the phase the EPC basically tries to capture. And what is important here is to see how the whole model of execution is developed. The technology provider or licensing company provides with a process design package, and then you have a PMC who makes the feed, or it develops the ITB and defines the requirements and the softwares and the tools and the processes in more detail. And then you carry out a EPC package, which comes out as a tender. So what is important for an engineering company like us is to participate and early engagement with the EPC contractor. And this is very, very critical because the timelines are very aggressive. We see very challenging schedules currently. We see 30 months for a completion of a CDU-VDU project, which itself is a huge project, which includes like 10,000 tons of steel and huge concrete and about 5 lakh inch dia of piping and stuff like that. So to do that engineering in a span of about 15 months or 14 months to get really in terms of delivering to the expectation, you need to really understand the project from the beginning. So that is where our early engineering approach with the EPC companies really comes into play. And this is where we do the feed consistency checks, we do the optimization, we sit through and look at the layouts and what all options are there to optimize the costs. So it's basically a construction cost-driven focus in the early engagement phase. And that really helps us to help the EPC contractor become the lowest. And that is the model today in the EPC world, that having pre-qualified, having passed through different gates, having reached a level, it is basically being the lowest cost in the specified execution period. And this is where our early engineering plays a very significant role. Talking about detail engineering, it's the main scope of work that has to be done, and it is like meeting the specifications, meeting the ITB expectations. It is about 3D models, different platforms and tools and processes. But the most important here is to manage the risk and the change. And that's really, really crucial. And how to make the full project ready in 30 months or 28 months as per the ITB. The engineering has to support construction. The whole engineering principle is to work backwards from the requirements of construction and see what is needed when, and to feed in a way concurrently as the engineering and design is developing, so that you have adequate fronts at site to meet an aggressive deadline. So that is really an important part of detailed engineering. And I'll come back to that, both these topics in a little more detail as we go further. And then in the construction phase, it's more about supporting on shop engineering, fabrication drawings, supporting on field engineering, doing construction and commissioning assistance and stuff like that. So that's the 3 main pillars of engineering support to the EPC companies. So we talked about early engineering in the previous slide, and it's really important to understand here, and this is not something new. I think people would have seen this many times and have seen it earlier as well, is that the ability to influence the cost and optimize the time schedule is basically in the early phases of execution. So the more importance you give to early engineering, focus on how you can do value engineering, how you can optimize the layouts, how to overcome the space constraints, look at construction philosophies, look at construction methodologies and constructabilities and different kinds of elements that come into picture. The more investment you do in the initial stages, you can get the benefits of the cost and the schedule as we move forward into execution. And it's well known that once you are into actual execution and you have passed a certain phase, and then you start finding changes or doing optimization at a later date, that could be very, very costly to the project and also to the schedule. So what do we do in the early engineering stage? We go through this creativity and idea generation circle here, where we have different people sitting, stakeholders, and brainstorming and finding out ways of thinking and optimizing this, creating ideas, populating them, and it can run into a big list, and then filtering them through the evaluation selection, doing some analytics on that, what gives more cost advantage, what gives schedule advantage, or what can be compromised when it comes to faster schedule, you could put up a little bit more cost. So these are elements that are deliberated and discussed, and that is the way to take it further into to the outcome where some of the ideas are selected and then taken forward into execution. We talked about change management and risk management. This is again a very, very important part in this execution, detailed engineering as a support to EPC. Of course, the risks and the changes that an EPC contractor sees are much wider scale than what you see in engineering. But engineering, being the early movers in the EPC phase, are the real people who are responsible for managing the engineering related changes. And what we see examples of these changes today are, or the risks today are, unavailability of soil inputs, or data related to packages, or there are many of these things that we see in time. So what's important here is to make a risk and opportunity register and populate all these risks line by line. You go through the ITB, you find out these are the issues and these are going to drive the concerns, and finalize a mitigation plan. And this mitigation plan involves making some intelligent assumptions, how you can release piles in drawings in absence of certain critical soil information. How can you make some assumptions on data, use the data bank that you have with you. So it's quite an intense exercise to really drive early engineering and manage the risks as well. So all it happens very concurrently, and that is where this risk population and qualitative analysis and mitigation plans come into picture. Also, there is an element of meeting the operational guarantee parameters. So there is a specific requirement in the ITBs to meet the power guarantees, to meet the utility consumption, steam guarantees. So it's important to see how every decision that you take and how every vendor evaluation that you do or the offers that you screen, how it really meets up to the guarantee parameters that the EPC contractor together with you have committed to. So it's an involved exercise, and that's a live document, a dynamic document that lives up to the end of the project. So goes with the change management. Change is inevitable, although all of us wish that there should not be a change, but it does happen. You see surprises coming along the way. You see increased dimensions, you see packages changing their footprints, and so many of these things happen as you go along in the execution. So again, a formal process of change management where every change is acknowledged, known, logged, reviewed, and the originator takes the responsibility of finding out a right solution together with all the stakeholders and making sure that the change is actioned and controlled and closed. So this is a very critical process. Both the risk management and change management are very important processes to be followed in terms of meeting the expectations of time and cost, both. We talked earlier about construction driven approach, the schedules being what they are, and the engineering drawing releases start from the second month of the project. You are awarded the project in month 1, and on the 3rd month you are at site digging piles. So how to meet up this challenge, how to really do this deliveries of information that are adequately required at site. So it's important to look at the plan, how the construction program is developed. So detailed out with the civil construction contractor and the steel fabrication contractor, piping contractor, work backwards and see how we can make assumptions and take data, get the requisite PMC approvals well in time so that the construction site is never starving. Even important is to look at modularization, and I come back to it in the next slide. But modularization plays a very key role to manage the quality and speed and drive more economy at site. We talked about synchronized engineering, procurement of long lead items. Again, most of it actually happens during the early engineering phase. It happens much before the award stage itself. So there is a plan in place to have reached up to a position of vendor evaluation and offer evaluation much before even the EPC award happens. So it's like you are awarded a project, the EPC contractor's day 0, he knows there are 6 or 7 important items that they have to be ordered, and the order plans are ready. And in the next 15 days, the orders are placed so that the entire chain of vendor information which impacts the engineering starts from there. And standardization and design repeatability has to be thought of again from a very early engineering stage, because that's the as much as you can make it construction friendly, you can make it repetitive, you can use the same forms and shuttering materials and tools, etc. It really speeds up the process. You have very diverse and very optimized and customized designs, the more you will need construction time at site. So ease of construction is the key mantra here. And then the important element is material management and trending. So from day 1, we start monitoring the quantities, the total released concrete, steel, piles, isometrics, and so on and so forth. So it's very, very important to do the trending and see that, again, we have enough material and drawings at site to facilitate construction. And then, of course, if still after end of this, we have some queries from site, there is a field engineering that can be done for quick resolution of queries. Modularization, we touched a bit earlier, and this is where we see a lot of focus now in the coming years, is limited availability of skilled and affordable labor here. Site conditions can be challenging, accesses to sites can be very difficult. Time of construction and cost is again a critical element there. And when you do a fabrication in shop, it is in a more controlled environment, the quality is clear and monitored in a very nice way, and you have more precautions as related to HSAC. All the protocols can be followed. With zero loss time, you can manufacture good modularized skids and equipment and then transport to site. And of course, sustainability, reduction of site waste and all that. So there are a lot of drivers behind modularization. Of course, it has a little bit of cost element into it. And that is something that needs to be weighed in the beginning, where how much modularization can be done, should be done, and how much it is good to the construction friendliness. And I heard Mr. Das talking earlier about digitalization. Yes, it is a very, very important dimension in the coming days, and it's always been in the last few years, but it's now the wave of future. And it's really critical how we manage this digitalization process, because engineering industry and construction industry as well as E&C or EPC has been a late starter on this digitalization initiatives. So when it comes to manufacturing and 3D and robotics, they're a little advanced, but it is so much important to do digitalization in engineering and construction. So you just talk about that. digital solutions not only will help reduce the execution times, but also enable automated operations, driving standardizations, and it takes into the whole life cycle of the project, where the maintenance costs and can be optimized. It also helps the digital interaction between different platforms and user interfaces, and this will enable develop different new business models. So something similar to what we saw before with the Reliance presentation here. So we have different facets of design integration, which is systems and area engineering. Then we have project control tools, which sit separately, and we have the procurement instruments that are used, which are again SAP or something, that is the ERP systems that are used. Then the engineering company and the client company use different document management systems, knowledge-based designs. So all this is like a very diverse portfolio of tools and processes. So it is important to really consolidate and make it into a data hub and become a central platform where you give access to client applications and give access to third-party applications. So it's very interactive, and it is a common base that is used by all. Important tools for communication. Today we are all work from home or hybrid models that people are adopting. So it is increasingly important to have good communication tools, so that we are all using today. But it's very important to have a good communication, group communication, and a centralized information system. But it's important to note that onboarding and building cultural dimension to it is also a very critical parameter. So it's like multi-locational execution that we see today, teams sitting in different parts of the world in different time zones. So how they interact, how they collaborate with each other, how they set up meetings and access the same platforms and the databases. So that is a real important dimension to bring in a cultural dimension to it as well. So we see these things which are not new to any EPC company or an engineering company. These are the same things that are seen for large number of years. But what we see here is that all of these use different platforms. PNIDs have their own set of tools, use data sheets, schedules. So it's really unstructured data, large amount of unstructured data. And that is a real challenge today when it comes to a coordinated database engineering. So how to really bring these all together into one common database and make one single truth out of all these different documents is a challenge that we all are trying to solve. And this is where I come to this particular slide, which looks a bit complicated and busy. But what the data platform that I've been talking about does is basically interconnecting the system engineering documents, the 3D drawings, the EPC information, the procurement information, technical documentation, and operator information, all into a one common data consumption connectivity platform. And that includes change management, 3Ds, real-time data in one dimension. And then you build up some connectors on the top where you can make user applications, which you see on the top line there, which could be used for different solutions, particularly the aspect of engineering or procurement or construction that one is looking at. And this extends further into the operation phase after even the EPC is handed over to the operator. So the user people or the refinery companies or the O2C companies who are going to operate it have got a ready-made model, a sort of, I can talk about it, is an digital twin. And that is a model which is a completely database intelligent model, which has got all the flexibility. You want to look at the pump, you get the whole history of the pump, or you will have to look at one particular system, you can get the complete understanding and insight into that system. So in the EPC construction phase of 1 to 5 years, there's a huge benefit of this in terms of integrating drawings, documents, models, specs, data sheets, etc. But when it comes to the user friendliness for the execution and the operations phase, you see a great benefits when it comes to asset data quality, reliability, integrity of information, and real-time conditioning monitoring. So this really meets the requirement for the operator for the next 20 to 40 years. But it's important to understand one aspect here is that the data and digitalization initiatives are required to be driven from the owner's side, because so much more we would want to do it if we have a specification which is different platforms, and finally if it's not going to have a mindset which says instead of drawings I'm interested in a data delivery, this is very hard to achieve. So it's important to make sure that the mindset also changes at all levels, from an execution stakeholders into operations, is the usage of data rather than drawings and deliverables. So that is an important message I would like to talk about here. This is my last slide. And this is a seamless integration of successful EPC delivery. It is a puzzle. It is all these people, your stakeholders put together can only contribute to a successful EPC delivery. And the owners has its own expectations, and the licensor has its expectations. So engineering sits in the middle box there with a responsibility for coordination and collaboration with all these stakeholders, vendors, and owner expectations to combine and make something which is going to be used by the operators for the next 15 to 20 years. So it's really important that engineering contributes positively in the success of the EPC and eventually the success of the project. So this is where I conclude my presentation. Thank you for giving us this opportunity, and I will leave it back to Mr. Deshpande.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rajesh Joshi. Thank you for taking us through the journey of Acker's experience of doing engineering for different contractors for different projects, covering both the refining sector as well as the petrochemical sector, including LNG plants, both liquefaction and regasification terminals. So one question I have, because I don't see any question in the question answer box yet, but one question that I would like to put across to you is, Acker Solutions is more towards a engineering solution provider. It's not yet taking a role of providing a complete EPCM engineering, procurement, construction, complete band of responsibility. Has it been undertaking for any of the projects, or you limit only yourself to engineering services?
No, we actually have different. So we we do feed services, we do engineering services, we do EP services also, and we also do EPCM services. So we provide the entire, but we are not an EPC company. But we do only services part of it, but not the EPC part of it, just to clarify.
Thank you. I think if you remember, I had shared some you to touch upon. You have mostly covered all of them. Being an engineering focused company, can you just mention 2 or 3 things which you think are very critical for early takeoff of engineering from the basic document, be it the basic design package or be it the front end? Let's talk about the basic design package. What are the 2-3 key things you feel are necessary for a smooth takeoff of engineering, fast takeoff engineering also?
Yeah, so we actually start off when the ITB comes, as I said, in the early engineering phase, and the ITB package actually contains sort of feed information or the process design package given by the licenses. And we build up our early engineering based on that. But if you ask me, when you start execution, what is an important thing? It's the starting point is having native files of the PNIDs and the layouts, etc., coming from the owners. It really helps us start with a good takeoff immediately, because if you have to build up again in a different software platform, and if there's a specifications called smart plant to be used, and then we start modeling the whole PNIDs, redrafting into smart plant from scratch again and building the whole database and the model from that, we will lose the initial thrust that we need to get. So it's really important that as soon as the award takes place, the entire data is available. Again, I come back to digitalization and data, because it starts thinking from the data perspective. If the data, whatever has been made up to the development of the ITB, is available in a data form, even a model, that becomes really a starting point. And we are relying upon one single source of information rather than starting all over again, especially when the timelines are very, very challenging. The second input information is about soil and information related to the undergrounds. So that is also sometimes we see as a big challenge, because you don't have it is the scope. Many of the times include soil investigation is to be done by the EPC contractor, and that takes some time. You have to do it, and you get a report, and then you have to analyze and see what capacity at what founding level it is, and whether it should be piles or what kind of pile. So it takes again some amount of time to really validate. So it's really important to have that aspect taken into mind. So if you have the ground information, you have data available, and you have the definition of packages and the long lead item clear, then we are off to run in a very smooth way right from beginning.
Just one last question before we go to the next speaker. What's your own experience of having PNIDs in a smart platform given to you vis-a-vis PNID in a normal way? How much advantage have you been able to get out of this in case the PNIDs have been given in smart platform in terms of completing engineering?
So the challenge there is, sorry, I lost it somewhere. Yeah. So the issue there, Mr. Deshpande, is what is the final delivery expected? If the final, if what you have given is in AutoCAD and the final delivery expected is in smart plant, then we have a disconnect there. Then we have to start building from scratch. But if you have an expectation that the final model is in smart plant, and you have a PNID is also in smart plant, and if the previous work also has been done in smart plant, then you get a good benefit. But if you lose this in between, then you are building again from scratch.
The benefit is in terms of time. How much of roughly? Few weeks, few months?
Yeah, I think we spend at least the first 8 weeks in just kicking off the PNIDs. That's what has been our experience in a large refinery unit. 8 to 10 weeks is what we see that we just lose there getting into the PNID cycle.
My question was, when you get them in smart plant PNID and you have the conversion into model also done through the smart plant, how much engineering efforts are you able to save in terms of time? Is there any significant advantage?
It will be, because you are not converting, you have 150, 200 PNIDs plus in a package like CDO video, then you really can imagine the amount of effort that you will take to draft all over it again in smart plant. It's a kind of effort. It's
significant.
It's time and cost both.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your ideas of taking up successful EPC implementation through strong engineering execution. Let me see. There are one or two questions in the questions box
Sure.
for you. So what about your views of handling instruments at construction sites? I think most of commissioning delays are due to instruments failure or malfunction. Root cause may be improper handling at site. That is one. Let me look at the second question. This question is about digitalization aspect, where clients may have their own digital platform and Acker having another. How the marriage takes place in such a situation, as changes may be called for in either of the system?
Yeah, very good question, I think.
Yeah.
And that's where I again come back to the point that it will be driven by the owner's requirement. If the owner is following a certain set of platforms and tools, then there is an exercise that is needed to integrate the engineering company or the EPC company's systems to integrate into to the owner's use. And we have good examples of that in the past. So we have been integrating in terms of documentation or integrating in terms of 3D models with the owner systems or the ERP systems that the customer is using, so that when you have the procurement that takes place at the construction end or at the client's end, the part numbers and all of them are in the same format as the owner would like them to be, and eventually track them and monitor to be. So it's very important to integrate where we can use our own database and data hub. It's good and we can deliver in that way. But if the client has a data platform, we have to see ways of integrating with that data platform. But both options are usually adopted. But when it comes to a digital twin kind of expectation, when we are talking about, that is where this engagement should start much early before the execution starts, and really align on which platforms and how the platform should integrate with each other.
Okay, thank you. So you're not likely to join us again, but if you can, do join us so that we can have some discussions towards the end pertaining to some common issues that get
Sure.
generated during the presentations by the others.
I would be very happy to. Let me try my best.
Thank you.
Thank you all once again, and thank you, the Trust, for inviting me into this.
A pleasure to have you, sir. Thank you.
Bye.
So now we go to the next presentation by Mrs. Prema Suresh, who's the Chief Operating Officer of the Mumbai operations of Technip. She's a Bachelor of Engineering from University of Madras and has almost 24 years of experience in engineering and project management in the oil and gas sector. With Technip, she has been for almost 13 years and supports the company's digital initiatives. She is a certified functional safety engineer and has experience of chairing SIL sessions also. So she's an active member on various forums, at various workshops also. So we are glad to have you with us, Mrs. Suresh. It's over to you for your presentation.
Thank you so much for that introduction. And good afternoon, everyone. And it has been really an honor to be asked to present or present our views as Technip FMC on the strategies for an execution on EPC and EPCM mode of contracts. And it is really a great honor for me to listen to the stalwarts of the industry, Mr. Chaturvedi, Mr. Prabdas, and Mr. Anup Sinha. So it is really good to hear from them some of the views of the current executions and the current contractual terms and conditions and current and the solutions which probably the industry is really ready to look at. So that is very heartening, and I am honored to be a part of this, and good to be at the August gathering. So I will not waste my time because the time is short. So let me share the screen for my presentation over here, and please let me know if once you have been able to see my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
Not yet.
1 minute. So is it visible now?
Yes, it's coming. Yeah, it's visible now.
Yeah, so I'll put it in the screen share mode. Yeah. So okay, I would just sorry. Are you able to see this full screen?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. So the key sorry. So what I would say is, like, okay, I would not want to get into the Technip FMC and what are we and what we are doing right away. But over the period of this presentation, definitely there we would be speaking about what we have done years. So some of the aspects which I would like to speak today is about the leveraging the strengths of Technip, the engineering. Oh, sorry, sir. Yeah, the leveraging strength of Technip in terms of our experience in EPC execution, and some of the points like engineering, what could be the approach for a smooth execution, the procurement and logistics, construction, and finally, I would say a win-win situation in terms of contractual terms and conditions between the owner and the EPC contractors like us. I would say the last slide would be a wish list. Probably many of the contractors like us would want to see in future in the EPC sort of execution. So here, in terms of like, the multi-center execution model for Technip is we have three offices, three main offices which we have in Delhi, Mumbai, and Chennai. And each of these offices are full-fledged operations having the engineering, procurement, and the construction capabilities. And all the three centers have also executed projects in EPC, EPCM, and PMC mode. So if you see here, like our Delhi office, the expertise is in combustion and heaters, refining, onshore EPC projects, hydrogen, ethylene projects. And the Delhi center has got full-fledged procurement, as well as the construction is also centralized for the Technip FMC in India at Delhi. And when you see, come to Mumbai office, we have people, the number of people which we have is 700 to 800 people we have. And the main expertise is EPC execution and the work share execution for ethylene. And the most important thing is offshore execution. In Mumbai, we have also executed a HRD process platform for ONGC on a consortium basis, engineering and procurement and the float over done by Technip and the in consortium with Afcons. So the strength of Mumbai office is not only onshore EPC execution, but also offshore projects. Currently, the floating production units, which we are helping our group offices. And thirdly, our Chennai office having 1,200 plus people, and the main expertise are fertilizers, cryogenic storages, and offshore detailing. Chennai office does a lot of offshore detailing work for our group companies, floating production units. Subsea engineering is also done out of our Chennai office. And the most important relevant for this forum would be Chennai office is responsible for doing the PMCs. We have done two large PMCs. One is ongoing. The other one was for the Mathura. The second one is Lupek in Vadodara, for which our Chennai office is the main office of which is handling this PMC. And we also have a modular manufacturing yard at Dahej, which I will be speaking about in my later stage. So what I wanted to emphasize here is, as a company, we are well equipped in terms of leveraging the strengths of three offices in terms of the expertise and also the resources availability. India being a vast and diverse country, having office in all the three major cities offers us unlimited resource availability from all over India. And the Dahej being a waterfront, that is also one of the very important leverage and strength for Technip FMC. And this year, 2020, I would say just last year is a year of startup for Technip FMC. We have started up around 6 projects. Despite the pandemic, we were able to commission and start up 6 projects. IOCL, 4 projects for IOCL. HPCL, very large revamp in Vizag, and one of the HCNG, hydrogen enriched CNG R&D for IOCL R&D. We have supplied an hydrogen enriched CNG pilot plant, which is operational at Indraprastha petrol station currently. So I would say that we are very, very proud that in the year of pandemic, we were able to execute and start up 6 major projects. So the second point of the leverage of our strength is a very strong HSE future focus. So we have our flagship Pulse program. We call this as a Pulse program. And this Pulse program is a global HSES culture and engagement and behavioral training program. So this is one of our key strengths. People think that the HSE, focusing on HSE is a waste of time, or it will drag the schedule of any project. But we always feel that our MD and our group MD and chairman emphasize that if you focus on HSE, definitely the schedule is taken care. So therefore, the outcome of that commitment is the Pulse program, which we have. It's a behavioral change and cultural change program. It's a flagship from Technip. So the Pulse program formula for success is inspire, interact, and intervene and stop, which will be basically contribute to a strong HSES culture. And of course, the HSE is the focus, and quality is another important aspect, without which we would not be able to have a very smooth commissioning and a smooth startup. So quality is one important thing which we give importance for. So we have a quality assurance during execution. We have a lot of KPI measurement points. It is shown in blue over here. So we have a lot of KPIs for measurement and key performance indicators. So this is as far as the quality assurance is concerned. And we have quality control and surveillance, which is also very strong in Technip, which calls for the supplier quality and the quality control and surveillance and the measurement. Again, there is a KPI, so nothing is foolproof, or we will not have any feedback if we don't measure and then feed it back to the system. So what we say is that measure it and take the feedback and feed it back to the system, so that we are able to keep continuous improvement. So QCS, quality control and surveillance, is one of the key function for Technip in terms of leveraging our strengths. And what we have is a very, very strong quality alert system. We have a portal called Synergy, wherein the quality alerts for vendors, fabricators, and contractors at every stage and worldwide projects are logged into this portal, and it will be available. It is available for everybody who's working on the projects in Technip FMC across the globe. We also have a system of red flagging of the suppliers, wherein if we have any issue with this particular supplier, which is of serious concern, so we have a red flagging of the suppliers. And the third important thing which we are currently trying to focus on is elimination of third-party inspection. So we are working on our, not in India, but in abroad, we are working on elimination of third-party inspection, the building of trust, and integrating the inspection in each and every stage of our project. Therefore, the third-party inspection is eliminated, which will definitely have a good impact on the schedule. So these are some of the things which we are committed to. And what we wanted to show here is the modular manufacturing yard. This is another important strength of Technip FMC. Because of our yard, we are able to fabricate pressure vessels. We are able to fabricate spools and structural steel, both for domestic as well as the global market. We also have technology for fabricating the burners and our reformers, key components, and proprietary equipment for our technologies. So this, I skip some of our capabilities. Okay, coming back to this slide, wherein we say the engineering. So how are we going to enable some key takeaway from proposal stage? We take it so that we are on speed, we are up to the speed immediately when the order is placed on Technip. So as Mr. Rajesh Joshi has already specified, there are some key rely upon information which we always require, specifically on the soil investigation, because many times the soil investigation which is given in the tender is not a rely upon information. So time is wasted because we would not be allowed for doing soil investigation before the LOA is placed. So in order to avoid some time over here, and also to have a pretty tight and accurate cost estimation, what we can do, we would want to have some rely upon information which is apart from the feed and the licensor documents. We also require some kind of soil investigation reports that would be really helpful to have to come up to speed much earlier in the project execution. Next one, we call it as an plot plan updates, and some of the information which is required from the owner and the PMC, we wanted to have the battery limit details which is required, so that we will be able to be very early on. We would be able to have our plot plan updated for design. And the third important factor for us is to taking the quantities of the proposal. So it would be very good if we nowadays see a lot of HAZOP reviewed P&IDs given is a part of our tender, but still there are a few things which P&ID reviews and HAZOP cycle has to be taken up during the detail engineering. Nevertheless, the quantities which is taken off from the proposal P&IDs, as well as we do an extensive marking on the P&IDs, which will help us to be very accurate in the quantities, not only to put in a winning bid, but also helping us in early ordering for the MTOs, piping MTOs, UG MTOs. So we believe in extensive markups of the P&ID, which is provided on the tender. This is one of our key strength, which we leverage for putting up a better bid and also to have a schedule advantage. So taking this further for engineering, one of 2 points which I wanted to touch upon here is the design reviews and the model reviews. We wanted, what we see here is that there are a lot of model reviews happening, like 30, 60, 90. And a few design reviews, P&ID reviews do happen, but some design reviews are also suggested. Why? The reason for this is an active participation of the site operations team, the owner site operations team, early on during the engineering would definitely help us, because there is a lot of lessons learned for us that when we go to the site, when we start our construction and installation and erection, we see at that point of time, we see a lot of owner site operation people interacting with the contractors, EPC contractors. And at that time, we find a lot of, the operation difficulties which the owner operators want to avoid in the future plans. So those kind of things which come up, like I don't want an hydro test vent and drains to be capped. We wanted a valve to this. Sometimes some of the requirements in terms of instrumentation, some of the requirements in terms of the DCS, some requirements in terms of the piping installation. We require a bare pad. We require an some kind of a lot of requirements which come up at a very late stage. And if it is starting in a 24-month schedule, when we go to the piping installation in 12 months or 14 months, at that point of time, if we find out and if we need to order material, it will be a showstopper, and it will lead to an extension of time. So this is where it's one of the things which we want an effective participation, mandatory from the site owner site operations. Apart from the model reviews, we also require some design reviews wherein the requirements are frozen and requirements are taken up. Next is HAZOP. There is a mandatory, what we want is a mandatory feed stage HAZOP, which is most of the contract tender packages now have. Detail engineering HAZOP, it is no reinvention. Like, we want things to whatever we have done in terms of value adding to the P&IDs. That is only to be taken up during the HAZOP. Typical packages, very standardized packages like a compressor, wherein we have these compressors, a recip compressor or a centrifugal compressor, very standard packages. Is it possible that we take some standard package and then do not do the HAZOP for it, because most of the HAZOP requirements from the legacy projects could be taken up? And one thing which we wanted to suggest from our experience in the foreign projects is a startup HAZOP, if it can be done during the startup, because most of the hazards and most of the accidents happen during the startup and shutdown. So if we can have a startup HAZOP additionally, that would be really good. And the third important wish list, which I would say, which will really help us to propel ourselves in the orbit of execution, would be early finalization of the tie-in details, which will be affecting the piping and structure finalization. And as Mr. Joshi already pointed out here, we call this as a CPE approach. CPE is construction-driven procurement and engineering. So we have some lessons learned, which we are trying to put it over here. Like in a 24 months, a typical 24 months execution, like where are the places we have, like I would say that, we have tried, we have fallen, we have stumbled upon is the UG piping delivery. Many times I find that the UG piping, the UG is not getting completed, or it is dragging till the last day of the project execution, construction. So which is a very not a very good thing to be in. Like the piping contractors will take this as an advantage because the UG is not being completed. So this is one stumbling block for all of us EPC contractors is UG. So how are we going to understand, or how are we going to overcome this problem of UG? So we need the UG corridor to be finalized, and the UG main headers, and even those branching to be finalized in the first two months, and the ordering of this. And the second important one is that nowadays we are having the 3LP coating or the glass plate coating, where we have very few contractors who are available for doing this 3LP coating. So in order to have some head start on this UG, so we wanted to focus X-stock, sort of piping, UG piping material, which we should have it, because as a company, if you are executing some 4 EPC projects, probably is what we think, that we can have some X-stock available, and alternate sources for 3LP coating or a glass flake coating for the UG should also be explored upon, and to reduce the PO cycle for all these UG piping, so that the UG delivery is at month 6, and we can start doing the UG piping erection starting from 6th month, so that there will not be any issues further. And AG piping, month 8 work front availability for the piping is what we are thinking. Ordering the CS material based on the tender quantity. That is the reason that we always focus on extensive process markup on the tender P&IDs, which will give our piping an advantage or a head start for their first MTO, wherein large metallurgies, higher thicknesses can be ordered, and some assumptions for all these inline items, control valves, PSVs, so that those fittings are not under hold. And MR to PO cycle reduction from the 12 weeks to maybe 8 weeks is what we are looking for. Another one is the LLI equipment, back-to-back agreement at the proposal stage. And we also are looking for no reissue of MR after the client LOI. We have to take the proposal the proposal detailing what we have done on the LLI, so that the day one ordering is possible. Next is the most important ooze for most of the construction EPC contractors, barring some people like L&T, wherein they have their own construction resources. I would say that, this is probably one of the mobilization ooze, which I have called over here for the resources and the machinery. The limited availability of the subcontractors and the limited availability of machinery is one thing which is really a pain point for all of us in EPC world. And the manpower turnaround, especially in such places where which is totally dependent on the migrant workers. Some places like Vishakhapatnam, or then some places like Kochi, or some places like South, or even in Gujarat, the workers are mostly the migrant workers. So we don't get any local laborers over there. So even if they are available, the local laborers, they are not, they have a fixed working hours and they have their own issues. So that is where is another issue of focus what we need to do. We also think of like direct field supervision. Clean build is one thing, probably in the next few slides I will be explaining, which will really reduce the pre-commissioning and the commissioning and startup times. And the last but not the least, the pressure due to the late deliveries is also avoided. So some of the possible solutions which we have worked out here is enabling works, soil improvement. Some of the value engineering we have done is in case of some of the sites we have done with the soil improvement, dynamic compaction, which we have used, which helped us tremendously in reducing the number of piles, and also the piles which are the number of piles and also the length of the piles. And when the piling contractor failed, it helped us tremendously. So this is some of the possible solutions which we wanted to share over here. Hiring critical machinery, what we wanted to do, and modularization. Of course, modularization requires support of the owner also in terms of the cost, and early inputs to construction for drawing and material. So these are some of the CPE approach which we are looking for in our execution. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I have some digitalization slide. I'm not able to go there. I'm not sure why it is so. Yeah. And as Mr. Joshi correctly said, the digitalization and smart tools are the ones which we are looking for, wherein we wanted to drive the data-centric approach, where right from the design feasibility till the plant is commissioned, handed over, and also the decommissioning of the plant. Demolition and decommissioning of the plant, there should be a data-driven approach. So every equipment, every component in the plant should be identified by a unique identification, which will give the entire life cycle and the history of that equipment and that piece of that piece of equipment in the site. So the data-centric approach and rule-driven software for the SP3D, data security. Then for revamps, we also would like to suggest laser scanning and integration of the model, and RFID for geolocation material tracking. So that is one thing which we are looking for. And bots, using bots for process automation and artificial intelligence, and the virtual reality for the operations for the maintenance of the plant. So these are some of the digitalization tools which we are currently looking for. Yeah, so the next important point we wanted to speak about is the procurement related issues. So the procurement related, what we wanted is some of the units which we are currently working on has got some mandatory supplies and has got some proprietary supplies. So if it would be really good if the owner puts a clamp or some kind of commitment for this proprietary or mandatory supplies. Would be really helpful in reducing the cost as well as the schedule of the project. And also we wanted to have a few suppliers which will be in line with the Atmanirbhar policy of our esteemed Union Ministry and Government of India. So this is one thing which we feel that if it is looked into, it will be good. The other point is fit for purpose specifications. which will be really good to have in order to have a short delivery period and to also avoid monopolization of few vendors. And some technical optimization suggested by the vendors should also be taken up even during the execution. So that is one of our thing which we were looking at from the procurement point of view. The material management is another important aspect. Whenever we speak of the realistic schedule, and if we speak of 24 months schedule, the one thing which the EPC contractor hesitate is to pour money on the material, and the surplus material is not allowed to be taken out. So that is one thing which if the owners can look into, so that it will not be a showstopper for the EPC contractors to get some of the material, like the proposal quantity materials we can order, and then we take it inside and we use it, and whatever surplus material which we have could be taken out, which we can use it for other projects, is one thing which probably will help in shortening the delivery or the schedule impact. And support from owner for material shortage. This, of course, on a limited basis, it is available during the commissioning. If we get some kind of material shortage, definitely the owners, the companies, the clients are helping us from their own storage or stores. But if this can be also taken up on a bigger basis, it will be really good. And the logistics, the most important thing is most of this refinery units where we are doing revamps or we are doing greenfield within the refinery, running refinery, is the transportation within the refinery is a concern. So, and the ODC and the multimodal transportation for the logistics. So I just wanted to show some of the large ODCs. This is a urea reactor which we recently transported on a multimodal basis for HURL, Sindri and Downey refinery. I would skip this and I would go to this, the next one, which is the construction strategies. So out of the construction strategies, I have just divided them into 4 boxes over here. One is the construction strategy, the construction power and water, wherever possible. I mean, sometimes we get this power at as a free issue. Would be really, really good instead of the subcontractors mobilizing the huge DG sets. So we get this power, but we sometimes get it at a very fag end of the project execution. So this is one thing. The second important, what I said is, in the running refinery, many times the space for office and laydown areas is very limited. So I know it is a problem for the owners and the operators, but this could also be looked at. And rate for the cranes and availability. If there is a rate chart available, so that the crane and the availability of maintenance crane could be published by the running refineries, that would help really. Some of the soil improvement which we wanted to take up, as I said, like Keller, some dynamic compactions are really good value engineering propositions, which will help in some piling contracts wherein the number of piles and the length of piles can be reduced. System-wise approach for pre-commissioning and rolling wave plan for effective execution. Another one important one which I wanted to say is the clean build, which I wanted to emphasize here is the clean build. Clean build means what we wanted to say is that during installation itself, when the piping is getting installed, when the materials are getting transported and stored at the site, we are nowadays having our pre-commissioning and commissioning team embedded in this installation and erection team. So what is the main advantage of this is the preservation and storage. We get their specialist view on preservation and storage, wherein due to wrong preservations during the startup, during the commissioning, pre-commissioning, we would avoid time. And some of the air blowing, some of the flushing of the lines, wherein, sometimes we get a huge amount of waste from the lines in terms of grinding wheels, welding bits, and everything which comes and which also has a lot of impact on the control valves and the on-off valves. So clean builders give importance while preservation, storage, and installation during installation and erection stage, so that checkered commissioning is avoided. Okay, so that's what we are speaking about: organized storage of material and tracking, and embedding the commissioning engineers right from the installation stage. And we also want, we as a EPC contractors have some issues in terms of subcontractor management because of the migrant laborers. So we are also looking forward for some regulations wherein the migrant labor friendly government regulations are available, and some challenges like gate pass for our men and material on a running refinery, permit issues, usage of the roads of the running refinery. So those permits sometimes takes a long time for us, so that we lose money, time in the commissioning of the mechanical completion. Logistic issues for modularization to maneuver in the running refineries. So these are some of the challenges which as EPC contractors we have identified, and we are in contact with the owners and also with government in order to address these issues in various forums. So here I would say that a slide where I have put in win-win contract terms. So the contract today, what we have is having some difficulties in terms of schedule, the realistic schedule. So in one project we are having 19 months or 20 months of a DHDT project. Yes, the owner, definitely the owner and the PMC have understood the difficulties. They have ordered the free issue material early on, and that was given as a free issue. That was really thoughtful for the owner and the PMC, considering the time which we were looking for. But however, apart from the free issued critical LLIs, there were some very thick or a high pressure piping, high metallurgies, exotic metallurgies, which had a huge lead times. So the realistic schedule should be available. And also what we wanted to have is a periodic approval for a fair time extension request, because multiple contractors are involved. Some contractors are like, we are not the contractors for all the common facilities such as SRR or the control rooms. So whenever we are having some issues, so a fair extension request, and if the plot is not handed over at the start zero date, then periodic approval for the fair time extension request would be really good. And I wanted to bring to the notice, before we go to the other things, different contract modalities. We are seeing some kind of a contract modalities from our other clients abroad. So we also we are seeing a few new entries in the contract modalities in India also. The one being the design competition or the feed competition. In one of the Nayara project, the client has allowed 3 design contractors for a design competition, which helped the contract, the owner also and the PMC to understand the competencies of the design contractors and the EPC contractors. So that is one of the contract modalities which is very prevalent abroad, but it is also nowadays coming here in India in some of the private players. But this also could be considered in our PSU contracts. Another one is some of the revamps. Whenever we are having some debottlenecking and revamps, instead of making them into a lump sum from the day one, if it is possible to have some staggered lump sum conversion, like 30%, 40% engineering, so wherein we don't have the as-built drawings, we don't have the as-built information, as-built models available. So it would be really good if we have some staggered lump sum conversion. At 40%, then we then convert them into lump sum and we take the full ownership. So this is some of the contract modalities which can be thought about. And the third one is sharing of contract risks. We all know that EPC contract is a risk and reward type of contract. The risk is the EPC contractors' risk, as well as the reward is also EPC contractors. So we truly understand that the risk and reward methodology of the owners for the EPC contractors. But however, there are certain terms and contingencies which could be looked into, like the positive cash flows for better payment terms, because many of this, either we take an advance, which is interest bearing advance, or we don't take an advance, but our cash flows becomes like 30 days after the delivery, and that certain kind of documentation, we get it. So we are always in a cash negative situation till maybe, I would say, till 70-80% of the contract is executed. So some kind of positive cash flows, if it is possible to be thought about. Capping of liabilities. There is some capping available now, but we probably, as I told, that in a EPC or a revamp or revamp EPC or a debottlenecking kind of projects, if we can have some capping of liabilities, shutdowns, periods and all these stuff, that would be really good. Multi-currency payment. Now we have one INR and one currency. However, the sourcing of the material happens in multiple foreign currencies. So this would definitely reduce the risks of the currency fluctuations. So this is also one thing. The private owners are allowing us for a multi-currency, INR plus 2 or 3 currencies which they are allowed. So that is also could be looked into. We do have a steel price adjustment. However, we are also looking for, because in the recent days, we are seeing a huge upswing of this steel and the nickel prices. That is really because of this China anti-dumping policies. We are having a huge issues of variations of steel, specifically the plant, the equipment steel, copper, titanium, and etc. Certain emergency to be covered in the unproductive cost. We do have for instance, this COVID, which came as a pandemic, which is covered as a force majeure. However, such emergencies, a few emergencies out of the force majeure, if it could be considered as a change in law, due to the restriction in the movement of men and material. So if such kind of emergency comes, then instead of treating this as force majeure, wherein the time extension is given and unproductive cost is not given, so that could also be looked into.
Madam,
and last is the change orders.
Sorry to interrupt you. Can you wrap it up in 3 minutes? You already overshot your time.
Yeah, finished. Yeah, so the change orders, timely approval of the change orders, an amendment of the contract, and e-change of portal is what we are, looking for. So with this, these are some of the points which we thought that, we can put it across in this forum. Thank you so much once again, for giving me the opportunity, giving us the opportunity to present our point of view. And I'm open for any queries which can be asked now, or it can be in the Q&A chat box, so we can take it up. Thank you so much.
There are some questions. I'll just go through the questions quickly because we are short of time. You can probably answer them together. Other than modular hydrogen, which other modular process plants have you done in last 5 years? Other EPC contractors also have their quality control systems and need time and cost performance. In what way your quality systems are different or have an edge? How do you take care of uncertainty arising out of soil report when the client do not confirm it as reliable or rely upon information? Whether fit to purpose specification include material of construction, plate thickness, or design pressure and temperature?
There are
in case you have your own manufacturing modularization. Yeah, please, as many as you can answer, because you are not going to come back, that you said.
I will try my best, sir, to come back, definitely. Okay, right. I will take this question of other than the modular hydrogen, which other modular plants you have done? Yes, we in India, we have done the modular hydrogen plant. Apart from that, in India, we have not done any modular plant. However, we have done big modular plants for our group companies. Ethylene cracker plant, the Sasol ethylene cracker is one modular ethylene cracker plant which has been done. And the engineering for that modular ethylene cracker was done from India. A lot of analysis for the transportation, transportation, and all these analysis has been done from India. And we also supported the modular yards in China by deputing our people. So we have not done it for the domestic projects except for modular hydrogen, but for sure we have done it for the other group projects. And the next question is, how do you take the soil investigation arising out of uncertainty out of soil investigation? Okay, this question, yes, definitely. This is one of our wish list, which I said that there is, of course, a soil borehole data and interpretative report which is available in the tender, but as usual, they are not rely upon information. So the 2 or 3 methods by which we take care is, one is, most of the refineries, Technipus and EPC contractor have done the work in adjacent units. So we have some kind of leverage. Okay, the soil within 250 meters, it changes. Of course, we understand that, but that is one thing which we do take it. Second, we do some soil investigation during the proposal stage. Nowadays, we are trying to do that. So this is another thing which we are using for uncertainty, for taking care of uncertainty. And some soil improvement also we are trying to weigh the cost benefit analysis between soil improvement and the conventional method of like piling or a open foundation. So this is how we take care of the soil uncertainty. So I'm just rushing through so that
we'll limit your questions to this, because let's take the other speakers now. If you're coming back, we will see if there are any other questions that we can put across to you later. Thank you.
Right.
Because otherwise everybody is waiting right now, because we're already running behind schedule by almost 15 to 20 minutes. So when you join us back, we will see what are the other common questions that we can put to you again once you join back. So thank you very much for your presentation. We go to the next speaker now, Mr. Rajiv Gupta of EIL. Rajiv has more than 35 years of experience, having worked with EIL mostly in different roles. Presently, he's working as Executive Director of Projects and looking at various projects in refineries, petrochemicals, and oil and gas. He has responsible for overall successful management of projects in the division. He is incidentally a specialist instrumentation engineer by training and by experience before he came to accept the project responsibility. So it's over to you, Rajiv.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening to you, sir. And it is nice to connect with you, although on a virtual platform. It's my pleasure all the way. I will give me 1 minute. I'll just share my presentation. Sir, I hope my presentation is visible.
Yes, it's visible. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Deshpande, sir. And thank you, Lovraj Memorial Trust, for giving us this opportunity for sharing our experience on EPCM execution challenges in mega projects. All of us agree that project sizes in recent past in oil and gas sector has increased dramatically. There has been a transition has taken place from basic fuel refineries to small petrochemicals integration, and now to a full-fledged integrated complexes, which means that billions of dollars is at stake, for executing these projects. And also the key elements, time, cost, and schedule comes into picture when these projects are being put up, and then ever increasing demand of reducing the schedules. So my presentation primarily will cover a brief on some of the mega projects executed by EIL. Just a brief for some of you who are not aware, of our role in this sector. The major attributes and challenges for the projects in EPCM executions, project implementation strategies for EPCM execution of mega projects, the project schedule, a typical project schedule, and what are the key takeaways. Just a brief introduction. EIL has been India's leading engineering consultancy and EPC company. We have done almost 7,000 assignments in India as well as outside, with a total investment of something like $200 billion US, more than 5 decades of experience, and a significant track record across complete oil and gas value chain. Just a slide on what are the major projects being already executed by EIL. 82 refinery projects, petrochemicals, oil and gas, and almost all the major projects which have come up in India, EIL does have a role to play into that. Now I will move on to my present topic, which is primarily the EPCM execution challenges in mega projects. What are the attributes and challenges of mega projects? Some of them are, these are all large and complex projects, highly capital intensive, billions of dollars at stake. All these projects are technology oriented. As we all know that in oil and gas sectors, environmental and statutory clearances are very strict. All those requirements needs to be complied with. And we have large number of stakeholders. We have clients, we have licensors, we have suppliers, contractors, statutory bodies, government, and on top of all, the general public, which needs to be taken on board for successful execution of these projects. We have large number of equipments coming into the projects, the compressed schedules from the earlier schedules in 80s of 60 or 70 months, then in 80s and 90s, it's compressed to 48, 49 months. And now it is coming down to 32, 24, 36 months, depending upon the nature of the project. Yes, we do have paucity of quality vendors and construction agencies, which further put stress on timely execution of the projects. Multiple location activities. It is not only that, we have multiple work centers, we also have multiple locations at which the projects are being put up. We might have a gas sweetening unit in one area of the state, and then a cracker in some other state, and then the gas coming out from some other place. So multi-location issues are there. And then logistic constraints and difficult landlocked terrains, as most of our refineries, except a few of them who are near to the ports, we have refineries who are landlocked, which really put constraints on ODC movements. And then on top of it, high standards of safety and quality, which needs to be maintained in these projects. The key to successful implementation of these projects is clear and defined project objectives, the project organization, the project leadership, information flow and communication, and stakeholders' alignment to project goals. All these aspects are the key elements for successful execution, I would say, of any project, including EPCM execution of mega projects. Any smooth project implementation will warrant identification of key team leaders and organization of project management at the earliest, continuity of the leadership throughout the execution of the project. As we all know that all these projects are long duration projects ranging from 36 months to 40 months. So leadership continuity has to be maintained. There has to be decision making as well as sub-delegation of power, which is crucial for timely execution of the project. And most important, the PMC and consultant, they should be on board early to kickstart the project. The implementation strategy, which in our experience needs to be followed for successful execution of these projects is, number one, finalization of a project implementation plan. This should be the first document which should be finalized as soon as the project is conceived. This should define all the organization structure, the communication channels, the key project milestones, owners' obligations. We must understand that contractors cannot do owners' works. The owners' works have to be, owners' obligations have to be fulfilled by owners only. Available project data with the clients, with clients have to be shared with consultant or the PMC. The conceptual as well as philosophical issues which needs to be implemented in the project, a concrete implementation strategy, fallback plans, and purchase and contracting philosophy and plan which needs to be put in place as part of this document. This document needs to be extensively debated among all stakeholders, including owner, and once finalized, all efforts should be made to stick to this plan until and unless there are situations which warrant change from changes in the implementation plan. So some of the key drivers for the fast track implementations are, number one, technology and transition to basic engineering, infrastructure and front-end construction, detail engineering, implementation philosophies to be followed during detail engineering, the procurement strategy, shipping and logistics, construction management, and HSE during project execution. So we will deal with each of these in my subsequent presentation. Coming down to technology and transition to basic engineering, it is imperative that such mega projects need multidisciplinary project task force formation, which should steer and stick together for execution of the project. There should be early finalization of the design basis with owner as well as design basis for each of the licensors, because we will have multiple units, and each unit we might have different licensors, and then with each of these licensors, the design basis needs to be finalized, and then there has to be a common overall design basis which should be applicable, engineering design basis which we call it, which should be applicable to all the licensors. Early receipt of licensor package is very crucial to the project timeline. In the subsequent slides, we will also present a brief schedule onto what should be the schedule of the bid-up, and somewhere around 24 to 26 weeks max should be the period in which we should have the licensor packages with us. The front-end design, one of the key advantages of EPCM execution is the front-end design. By the time the licensor is finalized and licensor is working on the bid-up, the front-end design can be dovetailed with the licensor bid-up package to facilitate vertical takeoff of detail engineering activities. This will help us in saving the time, considering if we move on to an non-EPCM mode of executions, you need to have the feed first, you need to have the bid up first, then you need to do the feed, and then you need to have the EPC selection tender, which needs to be out. EPCM mode of execution really gives you a front, by virtue of which, along with the licensor working, a coherent working with the licensor and front-end design dovetailed with licensor can really give a vertical takeoff to the project. As part of the concurrent engineering, along with the licensors, we need to finalize the dimensioned equipment layouts at the PFD stage itself, which keeps on optimizing till the bid-up is received from the licensor based on information received as part of the subsequent execution. Another important aspect is identification and early receipt of process data of long lead equipments, which is vital for timely execution of the project. These needs to be finalized upfront in the tender document, which is released for licensor selection, and these LLI process data sheets needs to be available within 12 weeks of award of licensor, and upfront procurement activities and detail engineering activities can be carried out on the LLI packages. As some of my earlier speakers have said, we fully appreciate that infrastructure and early site preparation is the key for successful implementation of the project. Some of the aspects which needs to be taken care while is the creation of the site infrastructure. We need to carry out the geotech investigations, the site enabling works upfront, the site grading philosophy and levels, the roads and drainages, construction water and supply, warehouse construction, worker accommodation. All these aspects needs to be frozen upfront and should be taken up on priority so that these activities are completed by the time you have the subsequent detail engineering activities or BDEP coming from licensor. Within that period, all this information should be available with us, and these items, these activities should be in place. The next aspect is the engineering part of it. For a project duration of 36 months, the project engineering needs to be completed within 18 to 24 months. And for that, the concurrent engineering is imperative for fast track implementation of the projects. Concurrent engineering, I means along with the licensor bidder preparations, the front end, the design and the engineering activities, which one should carry out, so that by the time the bidder comes out, we are ready with our detail engineering activities, the equipment layouts, the LLI, MRs, all those things should be frozen. The vendor data for engineering completion and completeness, modeling platforms, which provides flip to engineering. We must target that the first model review should be completed within 4 months of receipt of BDEPs. In that, at least up to 8-inch piping modeling and above should be modeled. And this should be our first target. Some of the implementation philosophies which we take into consideration while doing the detail engineering is: number one, option for prefabricated piping spools. High pressure piping, as we all know, takes considerable time at site. We really need to explore the options of going for prefabricated piping spools for high pressure piping as well as for IBR piping to minimize construction time at site. Finalization of all major UG headers concurrently with the BDEP, along with the pipe rack corridors for cooling waters, fire waters within 3 months of receipt of BDEPs. Unit pipe racks should be of composite mode, RCC plus steel, but offsite pipe racks should be of structural steels, and all should be bolted to provide a flip to the construction. Vertical oriented layout, that should be our aim to minimize the footprint. Modularization aspects also needs to be considered as part of implementation philosophies, considering the location of the refinery or the project. If it's a landlocked, and bringing in large size equipments is a constraint, then definitely, we need to look into what are the maximum size of modules we can bring in, and how we are going to assemble them at site, and then dovetail all those things into my detail engineering activities. Some of the elements which can definitely be modularized are the heaters, furnaces, HRSG, boilers, columns. We must target that, they should be erected in fully dressed up conditions to save construction time. Another more important aspect is the procurement strategy, which needs to be finalized. Along with the bidder finalization, at least we should finalize the purchasing and tendering procedures with the client, which we do so. Similarly, the vendor list, which should be formed up early with the owner, which needs to be followed. As already explained, early initiation of LLI procurement will provide a flip to the project. Another aspect is, which is followed in all our procurements, is the bottom line procurement, which reduces vendor interfaces. The similar items, the similar nature of bulk materials, the similar nature of equipments, similar nature of vessels. They are clubbed together, and then a group is formed and a bottom line evaluation approach is followed, so that you have you can derive the economics of scale also, advantage to the owner, and at the same time you will have minimum number of interfaces, vendors to interact with, and the interfaces will get reduced. Pre-tender meets with prospective bidders is an important area, where we must share, our requirements with the prospective bidders, which is being done in all our procurement activities, and then take that feedback and do necessary changes or modifications in the requirements, including, number of times we also discuss with them the qualification criteria, both technical as well as commercial, and their feedbacks are taken into considerations, so that both owner as well as the contractors are on the same platform, and the execution becomes smooth. Bulk ordering needs to be expedited, specifically for the UG piping, for which a separate MTO needs to be taken immediately on finalization of UG MTO. Need not wait for the first MTO. We should have the UG piping MTO upfront. The shipping and logistics is the most crucial element for execution of any project. Before we plan the project, as part of the project implementation plan, we must have with us what is the maximum size of equipments, probably, which can be transported to site, the multimodal shipment plans, the permissible window for shipment, when the shipment can take place, as well as the site storage and handling of cargo. It must be taken into consideration that successful and timely transportation of ODC equipments is crucial for project implementation and should be given due importance. Construction management is the most important aspect. Excellent construction management could be the difference between the success and failure of any project. And the backbone of effective construction management is modern safety systems, sequencing of design and material. We must plan it depending upon the requirements of the site. The sequencing of design and material should also take into consideration while when we are preparing the equipment layout for any unit, that what are the holds which are going to be there during constructions, what are the sequencing of construction which needs to be followed, a detailed constructability study needs to be carried out, and then we must identify that the hold points or the hold areas needs to be addressed. They needs to be sequenced in such a way that they should be they are the first deliverables at the site to ensure that subsequent construction activities continues and there is no hold on the construction front. The productivity measurements and problem identifications that needs to be done. Construction management staffing and construction management systems needs to be in place. Material management, a most important aspect, which invariably is found at various sites. Material is procured, material is stored in warehouse. It is also issued to the contractors, but then the material, when it comes to the need for putting up the materials, it is found that the material is lost. So material management, proper material management, issue of the materials to contractors, only those materials which are required by the contractors, which are needed, for which the physical as well as the drawing front is available, needs to be controlled. Erection of tall equipments in dressed up condition can definitely provide a flip to the construction activities. Usage of auto blasting, automatic welding, ultrasonic testing, and safe rate techniques should be used in construction. Constructability studies, as I've already said, that needs to be carried out. Timely handing over of construction areas free of all encumbrances, that should be our key focus area. maximum possible time should be provided to the construction agencies. As we all know that construction is our last baton of the relay race, and they are the ones who take all the load. It is imperative that maximum time is given to construction so that the construction related issues can be addressed properly and construction activities can progress in a smooth way. Cash flow to construction agencies, that should be our main focus area. For that, change in payment terms, in addition to normal payments, milestone payment linked also, that all those things need to be debated, need to be discussed with the owner, and should be put in place while we are finalizing the CNP procedure at the start of the project with owners. Minimizing UG work should be our focus area. We must implore upon that how UG work can be minimized, try to take maximum work on as part of the AG piping and reduce the UG work. And in case, and whatever UG work we need to do, we must target that work is completed on priority at the earliest. Vertical contracts, composite contracts, which includes mechanical, E&I works. For concurrent construction needs to be focused. Free issue material to contractors also will provide a good flip to the construction agencies. Many times it has been noted that a lot of bought items are being put into the contractor scope, which in the long run really provide a deterrent to the smooth project execution, because contractors are not buyers, they are not tuned to getting those materials. So it is essential that bought items should not be kept in contractor scopes. They should be procured by a consultant and owners and issue to the contractors as a free issue items. Another important aspect as part of the project executions, the HSE activities which needs to be carried out during project execution. During project conceptualization stage, the environmental impact assessment, the quantitative risk assessment that needs to be carried out, and those inputs needs to go into detail engineering. At the process design stage, we need to carry out the P&ID review of operational safety, HAZOP, fire explosion and dispersion analysis, consequence analysis. At the engineering stage, we need to carry out the plot plan review, HAZOP, SIL study, fire and gas safety systems, risk registers, cause and effect reviews. At construction stages, safety guidelines to contractors, vendors, safety meetings, safety performance evaluations, all these activities needs to be carried out. And as part of the commissioning stage, the punch list, the systems handover formats, the pre-startup safety audits should be part of our processes and as part of our implementation plan. All these safety related activities needs to be completed within the defined time frame, and all these changes needs to go into the system and to be taken care for successful completion of the projects. We would now just share with you typical project schedule. This is for the front end process design for any project where we have to do the licensor selection. After award of the licensor, generally 24 to 26 weeks should be the time frame which should be given to the licensor for submission of the BDEPs. The design basis should be finalized within 2 weeks, the PFDs within 8 weeks, and most importantly, the utility summaries should come to us within 10 weeks of award of contract, LLI equipment data sheets within 16 weeks, and the balance equipment data sheets within 20 weeks should be there with us. Instrument data sheets, control valve and safety valve data sheets can follow subsequently. As a parallel to the concurrent, as part of the concurrent engineering, as part of the bid-up process, the ISBL utility distribution P&IDs should be worked out immediately on receipt of the PFDs as well as utility summaries from the licensors. Equipment layouts should be finalized within 12 to 14 weeks of award of licensor package, and should be discussed with the licensor for him to carry out the hydraulics, and should come out, a dimensioned equipment should come out as part of the bid-up by the licensor. Corridors for UG works, tenders, they should be finalized within 20 weeks of award of licensors. UG piping MTOs needs to be done immediately on finalization of equipment layouts. And then critical MRs that needs to be floated somewhere around 30 weeks of award of licensor works. An overall schedule typical for an EPCM work, 36 months period, 5 months for process engineering and conceptual layout, 7 months for major engineering ordering to be completed, another 10 months for complete engineering, and minimum 14 months time should be given to construction for execution of the work. Delivery of hardware should be planned in such a way that critical items, the long lead items, should be there at site when required. The key takeaways. Number one, we must finalize the dimensioned equipment layout within 3 to 3.5 months of commencement of basic engineering by licensor. That's a key element which needs to be done, which will provide a flip to the project execution. The ISBL utility distribution P&IDs are to be completed along with the bid-up. We need not wait for the bid-up to come in and then start working onto it. It has to be part of the concurrent engineering which needs to be taken out. UG piping MTOs needs to be taken immediately on finalization of layout, which is 3 to 3.5 months from the commencement of the basic engineering. All UG pipe rack, tech structures, compressor housings, they need to be completed concurrent to the bid-up. That is a period of 26 weeks to 28 weeks of award of licensor package. The load list, area classification, DCS architecture drawings, they need to be finalized concurrent to the bid-up. For a typical schedule of 36 months, the major engineering needs to be completed between 20 to 22 months. It should not go beyond that. The civil structure works, including piling activities, UG piping tender, they must be lined up within 9 months of project start. That is the commencement of the basic engineering, or latest within 3 months of receipt of bid. All pipe racks, tech structures, compressor houses, which are the key areas, UG piping plans, the AFC drawings must be completed by the time the civil contractors are at site. And the balance civil engineering works needs to be completed progressively within 4 to 6 months of award of civil contracts. These are some of the takeaways as part of the EPCM execution plan. Since concurrent engineering is core to the EPCM execution, these steps really provides a smooth execution, a timely execution of the projects. And if you see the overall span of the project, will help in reducing the overall schedule, time, and cost. With this, I will end my presentation. Thank you very much. And thanks once again for giving opportunity to us for sharing our experience on EPCM execution of mega projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajiv. Thank you for a very comprehensive presentation on EIL's capabilities and competence, which we know the core strength is the EPCM model. Even though we have tried our hands at EPC also, but we always believe that the EPCM gives a much more value addition to the client. That has been our EIL stake always. So your presentation has been excellent, very comprehensive, and I'm very glad that the BDEP in 26 weeks and by 30 weeks completion of all connected activities, including single line diagram and sizing of heat exchangers, air coolers, and underground piping completion is all managed in 30 weeks time. They're excellent. That's the way to go. So I hope you're going to stay on. So we'll take up any questions that are there. I am sure there are no questions.
No, I'll be here, sir. No issues. If any questions are there, I'll be here. I'll be in the presentation.
Thank you, Rajiv. I would like to keep the flow of the presentation on so that we don't get distracted by.
No, definitely, I know that very well, sir. I'll be there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go to the next step. Mr. Balaramakrishnan, who's a master's in chemical engineering from IIT Kanpur and has more than 28 years in the field of advanced process control, commissioning, troubleshooting, optimization in the sector of petrochemicals and gas processing. He has published more than 20 technical papers in various conferences, and he is currently head of value engineering and emerging technologies group at the LTHE. So it's over to you, Mr. Balaramakrishnan. It's been a patient wait for you, but I hope we'll be able to pick up the thread from here onwards. Over to you.
Okay, good afternoon, and mostly now it is good evening this particular part. I hope I'm audible and my screen is seen for all the delegates.
Yes, both are perfect.
Oh, perfectly fine. Okay, and in front of me, a good number of panel members have spoken about the various EPC challenges. And especially I like the way Mr. Prabhudas has put the number of questions and also raise a concern that for the coming huge investments in the refineries and petrochemicals, do we have enough EPC contractors to take the challenge? And obviously, being an EPC guy, I always say, yes, we are competent enough to take care of this particular challenge. And obviously, there are some areas where whatever the concerns he has raised, I'll try to address in my presentation. The agenda essentially I'm going to cover is energy transition, L&T at a glance, and oil to chemical concept, our project experience, decarbonization solutions, and our value proposition. Unlike the earlier speakers have gone into the EPC merits, demerits, a number of the value-added services they provide and the improvements they have done. I a little bit change the way I present in this entire part. Okay, my focus will be a little bit different. That today we are executing a lot of refinery and petrochemical projects, and the future we know there is a change. And today, are we competent to take care of those challenges? Do we need to do any improvements in our system to take care of the challenges? How the new oil to chemical projects look like? And similarly, my question is how the decarbonization looks like, and what are the things we need to do? And Prabhudas has correctly pointed out that these projects may not be economical, and what are the things companies like L&T and the other EPC contractors can do to enhance the value and see that to make it possible decarbonization in addition to the asset value maximization. So that's my main focus will be. Okay. So now coming back to the main energy transition, and L&T is working a lot on the new energy transition, and everyone knows the global energy landscape. We have a mix of fossil and non-fossil fuels, and a lot of decarbonization efforts are being essentially driven from energy efficiency point of view. This is in fact the point that is risen in the last licensors meet also. That's everyone's focus. And whatever are the low-hanging fruits in terms of converting from coal to gas and to reduce the amount of carbon, these are all being practiced. And we already go to the bottom of the barrel technologies to say that none of the carbon can be in terms of a coke, and then we try to gasify and then let the CO2 to the atmosphere. So a lot of things will happen. But in spite of that, there is something which is happening in all our parts, is that the greenhouse gas emissions continue to be emitted, causing global warming. And obviously all the countries are going to the Paris Agreement. The main purpose, essentially, which I like this forum, is reduction in the carbon emission intensity. In fact, this is the word your title of this conference has. So that's the focus, actually. Everyone is looking, how do I reduce my carbon intensity? Now, the second part is that how do you reduce is indirectly linked to how I'm going to share the fossil to non-fossil. Obviously, as a refiners, we always were worried about, okay, more non-fossil, what will happen to me? But the third part is that creation of carbon sink through forestation. That's another way that people have given a solution to us. Okay, so essentially what we are trying to see is in the new energy transition where we are going to go, there will be a lot of decarbonization effort, but with a higher proportion of renewables. And for refiners, we always think, though there is an effect on my transportation fuel, what do I do? What do I do to my refinery? And what solutions I can incorporate to protect and maximize my GRM? And at the same time, decarbonize my assets. Now that's the focus. And my simple answer to that question is there is no threat. All will coexist. That's the way it is. The beauty is this particular part is everything will coexist and still we meet the decarbonization goals. Now that's what we are trying to put forward. To just give you with a brief background, what I want to tell is, okay, L&T is a very well-known company. We have a big $21 billion revenue company, and with a market capitalization of $17 billion, we have an uninterrupted dividend payment. And also this is a professionally managed company, no private owner. And this company is the major shareholder is our L&T own employees. So we have a lot of commitment to take this company to a higher level because we will get benefited, and we as a company shareholders will get benefited. We do better. So that's our motivation for the company to move forward. Okay, we have a big leadership team and all the stalwarts and veterans in this particular industry. And the focus I want to give it to Mr. Subramanya Sharma, who is our MD and CEO of energy portfolio. Now in L&T, we understood no longer it will be energy. There is nothing called as hydrocarbon and all. We will be combining all power, energy, fossil, non-fossil, and we will talk a language of how do we address energy and how do we make the improvements and country self-reliant and in this particular energy portfolio. Accordingly, we have one single responsibility in terms of Mr. Subramanya Sharma handling that particular portfolio. Okay, so now just to tell you from L&T right from the starting, we did everything that is very complex. That's something which is the hallmark of this company. Largest catalytic crackers, largest gas crackers, largest ethylene oxide reactors, largest coal gasifiers, tallest statue of unity. Yeah, in India, all coal gasifiers or petcoke gasifiers on major projects have been constructed only fabricated by only L&T, and all the what I call critical space and defense equipment we are fabricating. Essentially, we are a major player where our interest will be mostly make in India. That's driven in our system and culture. Okay, so just to tell you, I'm a part of L&T Hydrocarbon. In the overall L&T portfolio, we are 100% subsidiary of Larsen & Toubro. So there is no difference between L&T and L&T Hydrocarbon. Just it is one company which is 100% owned by L&T. It's only a company name. Otherwise, the core values, systems, everything is part of an L&T. Okay, so just see that our L&T hydrocarbon gives a lot of value because we are one issue which I think I like the word Mr. Alok Sharma of RL has told. We prefer to grease our hand in the site. That's what our focus also is. We don't like the desk work. We want to go to the site, grease our hands and palms to say that we are part of the system, and then really produce the value what the client looks at it. And at the same time, we take care of the HSE aspect significantly, and we are proud. Okay, these are the numbers, but we are proud during the recent COVID in all our sites. I think maybe 50,000 to 1 lakh people got struck in our sites, and there is no work, but we took care of them in all aspects, health-wise, accommodation, and the families. Everyone is taken care, and we also transported them back to their cities without any additional cost to them. So that's something which we always look at. Taking care of the society along with us is inbuilt in our core values. Okay, so if you see in an L&T hydrocarbon engineering has been divided into 5 specific verticals: offshore, onshore, construction services, and modular fabrication. There is one specific group, Advent, which I belong to. We are looking after all the new green energy solutions and also the crude to chemical solutions, where that's something where we are looking for the path forward. And the other verticals essentially the focus on the direct EPC projects, and that's the basic bread and butter we work. How do we be competitive, bid for the projects, and with our unique value propositions, we try to grab the projects. And on another front, the group Advent, we work on the new technologies and the new green energy portfolio. We try to all upfront work, interact with the licensors, and get ready, gear up for the future projects to be executed, so that it is not a shock. We consider each EPC project as a standalone and a valuable, and we attach a lot of value to each project on the technological aspects. Okay, so if you see in the bottom, we executed more than 600 plus projects, almost with 150 plus projects in international. That's something which is a must for us to survive throughout the year, to take the cycles. So that's the international business also will give us that cushion in terms of the fluctuation in the EPC business. Okay, so we have a lot of design centers. Virtually in India, we have 3 design centers. One is in Baroda, and another is in Bombay, and another is in Chennai. And we have offices in Saudi Arabia, UAE, and also Oman to take care of the local works. And we have a total almost 60,000 manpower in ads and sites. We handle 2,000 design engineers and 6,200 plus staff. It's a big staff, and catering purely for the EPC services. Okay, one of the classic facility we have is we have 3 modular fabrication yards located, one in Chennai near Kattupalli, and another is in Hazira, and another is in the Oman. And the combined the overall capacity, it can fabricate 200,000 metric ton per annum. It's a huge value we can fabricate, and then this area can be expanded to the capacity what we want, and this entire area is used for modularization. That's why in all our projects we built modularization to reduce the cost. Is something which we always see to load these ads and give an optimum solution to the customer. Okay, just coming back to our core value. When we talk about project value, everyone knows, yes, there is a licensor, there is a feed contractor, and some EPC models, and there is in the end, the performance guarantees have to be given. And the model obviously is chosen by the client, and we are open for anything. If it is EPCM, EPC, or we call it as LEPC, which is another model where we say that we can bring the even go tie up with the licensor and then take the performance guarantees of the licensor also. That it is possible because we are also have a deep attachment to the technology, and we can own the performance of the licensors also. So the entire risk in terms of the engineering, procurement, and construction, and the cost, time, all of them can be at single point can be taken care by a single contractor. So all these things are possible. Why? It is because we have a value driver now, core value driver. We've gone of the days when we think purely on a capex. Now we think of opex. Now we think of life cycle cost optimization is something which is one of the major pillar in our system. And also the second point we are very clear about is the carbon footprint. And because of our modular, we go for modular approach, and the quality HSC and all things which we cannot deviate. And the last pillar, which is not the last, but the first, is the digitalization. Because of the projects we are handling, size of the projects, and the risks associated with the project, digitalization plays a very important role. Now, fortunately, we started maybe with $100 million project. Now we have gone up to $1 billion worth of projects, and this sort of a scale which is expected, as Prabhudas was mentioning, and all possible only with the systems and the infrastructure that is built within the company. Okay, so now what you can call it, just to see that I do not want to go into the depth of all sorts of a thing. In refining and petroleum chemical, we worked virtually all sorts of units. And the name the project, most of the times we have done. And that's something which gives us a database of engineering drawings, and also we can estimate upfront what sort of the project engineering risk that can come even at the bidding stage itself. And obviously we go for a partnership approach. It's not that we have engineering capability. We say that we will do only our engineering. We are open for aligning with all earlier speakers. We are working with Technip, we are working with ECA, we work with all our partners, and we we give equal weightage to everything, and we want to grow. Everyone want to grow in a consortium, in a partnership approach, rather than we grabbing or we have some upper edge, that sort of a thing. I don't think that fits into our value system. Okay, so now question, one of the part which I want to be very, very clear, even though we are very technological focused, one of the major part is that we are working with virtually all licensors. And one of the part, what happens is the refinery and petrochemical segment is, there is nothing called as one licensor across the plant. You have multiple licensors. And there are cases where even one hydrocracker of multiple technologies we are doing. So obviously licensors have a feeling that, oh, are you open? Are you sharing our sequence? Now we have a very, very built-in robust system that the licensors documents are perfectly shared and perfectly kept, and no contamination of the data from one to the other project team, and it has been completely protected. And that's something which is very unique within our system, so that we are licensor agnostic. At the same time, we know technology, and our association with the licensor will be fully. We don't want to go into the depth of the licensing, but we want to understand how do we reduce the life cycle cost of the project so that we are cost competitive. That's our driving force. Beyond that, I don't think we were interested to go into the depth of the licensing, but wherever we can think we can indigenize to reduce the overall cost, we try to see, and we want to have a good discussion with the licensor and come up with the best business model. Okay, so now with that brief background, what I think what I want to put forward is, let me go into an oil to chemical project. Being a process engineer, I'm a chemical engineer. I'm more fascinated with an oil to chemical. That's something which always drives me. But there are always some questions. When you say oil to chemical, what do you mean oil to chemical? What are we going to talk? Is it specific integration? Is it we have a refinery and petrochemical on a standalone basis? Where are we located? Are we going to talk about integration, or both the units residing in one? And when do we call it as an oil to chemical project? It's a very, very, I'll say that thin dicey line, and we use it. We have experience of oil to chemical, or is it that oil to chemical? I don't know. There is no definition, but at least in our company we think, okay, you have a refinery, you have a petrochemical, there are certain streams which goes from one end to the second end. Obviously that's something which is very good. By default you can have an integration, and by default you can have an energy integration, and refinery petrochemical produces hydrogen can be shifted to the refinery. So essentially this drives, finally we all need to understand, when you say oil to chemical, what are we talking about oil to chemicals? So I thought a simple, I think, which is available and which we feel is something like this is an oil to chemical. Essentially, if you integrate a refinery and a petrochemical, I think 15% of the feed can be made into petrochemicals, maybe 10 to 15, maybe up to 20%. Then that can be expanded by reducing the transportation fuel, going into the aromatics, and also going into what you can call a steam cracker and paraxylene complex within the refinery, and then increasing gradually to 50 to 60%, and finally a crude to chemical where we say up to 80%. Now this something looks very, very, I will put that looks as a pyramid, and today where are we? Today we are in the bottom, maybe first we are in 10 to 15%, and obviously there are plans globally to go from bottom to the top, but it takes time. But one part is that the refineries are constantly looking at that how do I valorize the crude from diversifying from transportation fuel to integrated refinery petchem integration, and the new plants are already looking, can we make an integrated plant at least achieve an average maybe 30-40%. Now that's what we have seen happening in China and other countries where crude to chemical plants came and integrated they went up to 40%. Now that's what is that, and there are various ways and means to go to the highest level of 60 to 80%, but there is a penalty in terms of the heavy capex versus the returns. One need to have a judgment about on which direction one need to approach. Okay, so then I just see an oil to chemical into a different. When we call about oil to chemical, it is not a simple refinery petrochemical integration. It is a little bit more than that, and we say that 40%. I don't know. It can be 30% also. It is a 40% is a reasonable level where one has to produce chemicals versus transportation fuel. Maybe what is the time frame one has to think. Which point it will happen in India, that we can think, but there are definitely some directions in India. All the refiners making their oil to chemical strategies of what next, of diversifying the transportation fuel segment into gradually the existing assets can be produce more chemicals. It's happening and it is continue to happen. And the new refineries, how do we integrate a cracker itself in the complex and then integrate it so that my overall ratio can go towards the, I will use that intensity increase for the petrochemicals. One part which is very clear, this technology is evolving at various stages of development. It is not that everything is ready, we have not implemented. So it's something which is very clear. And this configuration depends on very number of factors. The first part is crude characterization. Obviously, India cannot be a deciding factor because we are importing crude and we want to have a low cost crude. So we import a very, very highly viscous crude. So with low API, and what sort of things are possible is something which one can think. Obviously, we have a transportation fuel demand. We have a petchem demand, it can be PEPP, we have a petchem demand with the paraxylene, aromatic derivatives, and finally the investment. And all these factors define what configurations one can choose. But finally, we came to the conclusion that it's not a single player, and everyone has to, all the stakeholders has to jointly work and arrive at a cost-effective solution for the Indian scenario, which is very, very critical for us. Okay, so I just putting that why I'm trying to show a simple conceptual scheme is what is possible in India, and all EPC contractors, do we have expertise in these projects if such schemes come in India? That's something which, that's what I'm trying to go in my schemes. We know that from our various licensure interactions, we know one is a simple crude, is a direct crude cracking, one type of scheme, and where you can get up to 40% of chemicals. But unfortunately, these are possible very much on very ultralight crudes of maybe API crossing above 40. And the another part of the crudes is taking into a hydrocracker, then you distill it, then go to a combination of high severity FCC and followed with the naphtha cracker. And so with that, it's a very innovative scheme. But unfortunately, and again, this has normally applied for ultralight crude. So this sort of a direct cracking possibilities to that extent in India maybe looks difficult because we import crude, which is very, very, maybe to 25 to 30, that is the range API. We try to have a best mix of the crude, and we need to be sure how such complexes will look like. So I just put some complexes like how those schemes can look like. So one type of complex is if you're able to get a better API from a CDU, you can directly go to the resid FCC and the tops can go into a very mixed feed cracker, and it is possible to produce 40-40. Now that's the schemes that are possible. That's something which is possible in India. But again, you are destined to have a very, very calculated and selective crude that need to be imported. And the scheme 4, which is a very complicated, which essentially have a very important, that drives today that are we EPC contractor, are we in a position when such projects really come, are we in a position to take over, where we have one of the major part, the message of this particular part is that it can be a paraxylene driven project where the amount of the transportation fuel, either it is a gas oil or the kero or the aviation turbine. Now, we to reduce that demand, the only option you have is you need to have a separate hydrocrackers for those streams, and those hydrocrackers, what I can call it as, and produce intermittent streams which can be cracked. So such schemes will come, and obviously such sort of schemes are envisaged and are getting commissioned in China. We will also look for such schemes going forward into India. Okay, so now going back to that, essentially what we are trying to say is, yes, today our EPC contractors, if you have very much the experience in the regular refinery, having a steam crackers of an naphtha, which is a normal mixed gas, which is a normal, absolutely fine. Then what do you do with the diesel VGO? Can we crack? No, because you have a problem of coking tendency. So what do you do? So the one of the option is that what you call it as, you go for Petro FCC to enhance. The second option is to go for what you call this resid FCC, and one of the best option in our view is to go towards in oil to chemical plants. The diesel and kero can be hydrogenated and cracked to get a hydrogenated feedstock, which can be cracked, and so that your fuel production significantly comes down. So that's the only change that can happen going forward. Rest of them, it is purely integrated. The idea here is the current capability mix of working with the hydrocrackers, FCCs, and steam crackers, what we are familiar with. And I think we'll be, one condition of very high, what we call it as severity hydrocrackers, which will be coming in oil to chemical. Otherwise, we'll be in a position to do all the engineering and the subsequent execution of this particular project. So that's something what we find O2C plants, as India is capable of doing that O2C plants. Now, depending on the integration, what we have, maybe to start with a simple, less complex schemes may come going forward, maybe a very complicated schemes, which goes more than 50 to 60% of integration is possible. That's that sort of a thing. So here, what we are trying to say is, if that is the trend, what we observe, if you see LTHA, L&T hydrocarbon has the track record. If you can see, we have grabbed a good amount of orders in India. A specific focus I can put that we have a residue upgradation facility for Vizag. It's a 3.5 MMTP of Lamas Global, which is an ongoing project, and a good amount of it's a big project. It's the entire EPC is being executed in our company, and the experience is definitely helpful for us to go to that O2C plants. And similarly, the same plant, we also got a full conversion hydrocracker unit of, it must be more of a, the first project residue upgradation is more of a vacuum residue type of ebullient bed, and the fourth is a feedstock of which is having a lower CCR, and it is a full conversion UOP technology, and we are doing, and it is in a very advanced stage of, we have an engineering, and all the challenges and our systems, procedures, we are getting the experience of executing such projects. Our learnings have been documented in the knowledge management, and these learnings will definitely help us to address the real projects that are going to come. And in FCC, and where we have executed a number of projects of various capacities, and that's something which we have a built-in capability within our divisions. What I could call it, it's a Paradeep or Bongegon. These projects have been completed, and we have a good database of engineering database, and the vendor list, and the procurement global sourcing centers built in our system to give a cost-effective solution. Now, as a part, we have a MRPL, the aromatic complex with the paraxylene of UOP technology we have done earlier in 14. So we that means we are sufficiently knowledge enough to handle in the petrochemical segment also. See, the recent experience in petrochemical part, we got an order of a dual feed cracker and a Petro FCC, which recently we have got it, and something which we are very much very excited to work on that, and which can be a starting building block for us to address the future O2C market. And we have only one part in this list. We want to show a slurry hydrocracker demonstration project where it's a very unique project. We are working on one of the public sector. It's I can even though I put the confidential, I think I can tell it's everything, but I was still R&D center. We are working to address that. We are trying to build them as a part of a co-developmental mode, and our interest is to support the Indian industry to set up and have our own technologies as part of Atmanirbhar Bharat. That's something which we are working. Even though the order of value, if you see that it may be a 1/10 or 1/100th of the other projects, we are ready. We told we will do it for you. Only thing what we told them is don't what you can disqualify us in when the real projects come. So you don't, since you are working on this demonstration project, and that's something which we are interested. So all our moves are ready to take care of the O2C challenge as and when it really comes ahead. So some of the landmark projects which we have done in an ethylene glycol into the projects and also the cracking projects, aromatic complex, and the PTA project. So what we have is we have a track record for this particular projects, and all these projects were executed in-house, and the engineering expertise is available with us. And it's interesting, Mr. Alok Sinha has told that we are part of that Jamnagar phase 3, and we are the people who have been in the construction, the first off-gas cracker, world's largest, and it's something which we feel proud. And the Petco gasification project, we are the manpower providers, and we are the construction contractor for them. And the amount of learnings we have with those projects, I think whatever the expertise with RIL's capability and built in our systems has enriched us to give a more not only cost competitive and also time conscious deliverables. That's something which is built within our system. Okay, so now one of the major part which we want to put forward is that
last 5 minutes, Balram Krishna, last 5 minutes for you.
Yeah, 5 minutes. I'll complete within 5 minutes. Yes. Well, is that we are very clear about our global sourcing, and we have a huge point, even though Atmanirbhar Bharat is something which we want it to be. So our sourcing, most of the time, 65% will be more than 50% will be in India. And the type of volumes we handle and the type of complexities we arrive and the type of deliverables we meet, overcoming all the challenges, the robust digital and the engineering systems that have been built, we are in a position to take care of this very complex and challenging projects. Okay, so now with this, just before what we are trying to tell is we are in this oil to chemical game, and we are there to address the strategical and also the implementation partner of all the refineries. We can be part of their strategy building along with the licensors, and we can provide some sort of a guidance to come out with the a implementable solution progressively for the existing projects or a new project. In the second part of the project, this is something which I value because all our policy commitments are in decarbonization solutions, and there are some unique projects L&T Hydrocarbon is doing. One thing which I will say that one of the projects where we are excellently working is the flue gas from an NTPC power plant we are taking and then producing 10 tons per day of methanol using the green hydrogen. And we are putting up a water electrolyzer plant, and then we are capturing using the CO2 capture technology, and it's a 10 TPD demonstration project, and we are actually involved in the concept finalization and also the engineering and execution partner, and we are learning a lot. And then how do we bring this green energy technology into India at a very cost-effective manner? And we know when Mr. Prabhudas was mentioning it is costly, and we know what are the costs, and we know what we need to do to reduce those costs, and we are actively working to bring this hydrogen into green energy, green hydrogen into India. And the driver is the renewable energy costs are significantly coming down, and we will definitely have a place, what I can call it as of green hydrogen also in our energy portfolio. So that's something which we have a good learning, and we are open to discuss with all our delegates who are interested in such projects. We can discuss, and we can see how these projects can be implemented in their plants. The second part, a very interesting project in a refinery is everyone knows it is a hydrogen plant. We know that a good amount of CO2, because SMR is a dark horse for us. Even 100,000 MQ per hour gives around 2,000 MTPD of CO2 going to the atmosphere. And we know that how much amount of CO2 is coming. And luckily, refinery is not that polluting compared to other industries. We take pride. Power plants are the worst in terms of polluting. Cement plants are worse. But the refinery also can do in their own way to reduce the CO2 emissions. And one of the unique projects we are doing for the IOCL Panipat is take the off gas from the PSA, and then which contains CO2 and hydrogen, and use that CO2 and hydrogen to convert into ethanol using a gas fermentation technology. This is the first project that is coming into in India with in IOCL Panipat, and we are the EPCM contractor for that project, and it's a very good learning. I think we want to absorbing that. We are trying to optimize the engineering designs. We are modularizing wherever it is possible. Our interest is to obviously reduce the cost, because everyone thinks capturing CO2 is a cost which is not adding to my profit. Now we want to prove that no, it can with some support. That support is not it is not infinite. It is something very finite, and it is a very small whereby one can do with a good solution. That's something which we will prove with once this particular project gets commissioned. And the second point, we are working in refinery hydrogen units. We have two solutions. One type of solution in a refinery hydrogen unit is go and capture the CO2 from the flue gas, and whereby, and we are tying up with the licensors, and we will come out to the market with certain model. How do we capture in a cost-effective manner? But especially in a refinery hydrogen unit, we have a unique solution whereby, in which we have already a proven track record of implementing such solution. Refinery hydrogen unit has two particular streams, the off-gas containing CO2 and also the from SMR direct CO2. So upfront in the off-gas, before you purify the hydrogen, you capture the CO2, and that will save the cost of hydrogen in the CO2 capture significantly. Our rough thumb rule, if it is 115%, let us say from a gray hydrogen, and this cost may be half the cost of that. So because this gas is in a pressurized scenario. Okay, so we can have a hybrid models where you can capture the CO2 upfront this purification, and in the flue gas you can capture it, and whereby there will be an increase in the cost, but we can come out with a moderate system of a cost manufacturing. And this is what, so one of the major parts CO2 is the energy cost of regeneration of the solvent. We are trying to see how do we integrate the energy that is available in the hydrogen manufacturing process, especially in the extra steam that is generated, so that the total OPEX of the CO2 capture plant can significantly come down, and hopefully we'll have some good news in this particular part. And we are very open to discuss this decarbonization efforts with all of our partners, refinery friends, whichever industry, and then see that how we can provide a step-by-step solution. And with that, I feel as maybe going forward, we can answer Mr. Prabhudas' question that yes, refineries can also decarbonize, not only on an energy efficiency, but also in a real decarbonization. And down the side, how do you use the carbon is also one area where we are looking at. And our observation is this is an integrated effort. We are open, we are ready to align with all the partners, all stakeholders to come out with a sustainable solution for the industry. Okay, with this, I think what my value proposition when we say our target is EPC plus, we are trying to say that we have experience of multiple licensors. We have a capability of the world largest new technology projects. We have a strong EPC presence. We have a digital solutions. We have a O&M solutions with us. We are aggressively working in the green energy and decarbonization part. Moreover, we are responsible corporate partners. We take care of the humans and human sensitivity and all these things. I feel we are in a better position to give a true oil to chemical solution to our refinery friends, incorporating the decarbonization and jointly. So with this, I end my presentation and open to possible questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Balaramakrishnan. I'm impressed that you have heard our first webinar very, very carefully and very, very intently. As a result of that, you have modeled your presentation more or less taking off from where the licensors have left and come out with implementation solutions, not only for the oil to chemical projects, but also for the last question that I had asked everyone towards the end, which is how do you make emissions zero? Correct. So I'm glad that you have covered those aspects, but obviously you have not covered the L&T's implementation EPC model part, which of course we have heard from the others. So you would say there wouldn't have been anything new if you had presented. But one question I would like to ask you one here. L&T, obviously, by the virtue of so many projects and jobs that they have won and they have taken, obviously are not in a position to do engineering for all of them themselves. Most of it, in fact, your engineering is outsourced to other engineering companies, which is quite interesting because it shows probably that you can still be a very successful EPC contractor whether or not you are having your own engineering or not. In fact, on the contrary, if you don't have engineering, you are a better successful EPC contractor because you can outsource it and get a value proposition from the company who is doing engineering from you. Am I right with this comment?
Yeah, I will say that my answer I will put in 2 points. One is we started, when LNT started, we don't have engineering actually, we were outsourcing. Then we took a decision that all the engineering we will do in-house. So we created the engineering entire pool within the organization. Later on, we realized that it is if you go on our own, you will end up in loading your more manpower within the system, and you will not be in a position to take care of the overall interests of the project. So it's only in a partnership approach, especially the engineering will work. The core competency is how do you procure at a cost-effective manner? How do you construct in a much safer manner, cost-effective manner, and how you keep the engineering control with you so that the the quantities won't escalate. Now, this is something which we gain, but given a chance, we would prefer to very key projects, especially like slurry hydrocracker or main hydrocrackers, and we try to do in-house. And because there the risks attached with those projects are very significant, because any delay on our part or any mistake on our part is we'll be out of business. So the outsourcing is a model which we follow, but selective outsourcing is what we are looking at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot for the clarification. The message is very clear, and I am sure everyone has got a hang of it. So thank you very much. Now we go to the next presentation by Worli. Mr. Nilesh Bodkar is Senior Director Operations from Worli, will be presenting. He is the person responsible for the operations from Worli side for the MEEA and APAC regions, which is Middle East and Asia Pacific. He's a Bachelor's of Engineering in Polymers and done an MDP program from Ahmedabad. He is a Fellow of the Institution of Engineers, and he has worked extensively in all refinery, petrochemical, chemical, and air separations plants. He spearheads the energy transition, digitalization, and modularization initiatives as business differentiators at Worli. So over to you, Nilesh, for your presentation. You have had a patient wait till now. I hope you have enjoyed the presentations by the others in the meantime.
Sure, I'll just share my screen. Can you see my screen and am I audible?
Yes, yes, both are perfect.
Thank you. A very good evening, and thank you to Lovraj Trust, DICE dignitaries, and Mr. Deshpande to create an excellent platform where the EPC contractors, service providers, and owners can meet each other, discuss, and align. I think it's an excellent share of pain and gain. I'm excited to share the Worli sustainable solutions for a mega project delivery with all the industrial leaders present today. Before we enter into the details, a quick snap view. Globally, we are around 55,000 plus, and within India, we are around 4,300. We are co-located in 6 locations within India. The epicenter of Worli delivery is in Mumbai, which is the maximum, which is around 615 plus 2833, which makes it around 3,500 plus within Mumbai. This location works across the sector: upstream, downstream, midstream, mineral metals and mining, power and new energy. We have an office in Vadodara, which is a similar footprint of what we have in Mumbai, but the envelope size is slightly smaller, but we do the same work. We have another offices in Bangalore, which has the skill sets of around 158. The expert is more in shell technology type of projects. Another office in Calcutta, which expertise in mining, mineral and metals. Our Hyderabad offices of 226 skill sets are expertise in the offshore part of it, and 20 in Chennai, which expertise lies within the ports and terminals. So this is how we are placed within India. In the next 30 minutes, I'll be narrating the Worli journey from industry's outlook to gap analysis and Worli solutions for the same. Worli values. Sorry. Worley values. We recognize the need to help our owners respond to the forces such as climate change, new energy, circular economy, digitalization of our industry, and to establish a leadership position in energy transition. We are transforming faster to emerge stronger. We are driven by common purpose, delivering a more sustainable world. As reflected in our CEO's message, and I would like to reiterate the same, the safety, health, and well-being of ourselves and those around us is fundamental to life. Without this, nothing we do is worth doing. As a preamble to Worley's solution, let's have a snap view of industry trends and gaps in the mega projects. This will help us to articulate the pathways for a sustainable solution. Let's imagine mega project as a jigsaw puzzle with process units at the core, facilities and utilities on the periphery. How do we solve this puzzle and deliver a smart and an intelligent asset to the owner? One piece missing or out of place, the puzzle remains unsolved and owner's investment is at a high risk. We need to create a framework. Each piece of the puzzle has a value in terms of mega project delivery. Ensuring a correct start point is the key to the success. Hence, conceptualizing a startup framework to establish and onboard right stakeholders forms the first step of mega project execution. You may see here in the top, from the puzzle block on the horizontal axis, we have listed the key units based on the skill sets available in the market. And on the vertical axis, we have put in the phases of the project, which starts right from concept to startup and commissioning. And you may observe that as we move from the concept, we have more and more siloed expertise available in terms of engineering, in terms of procurement, in terms of execution. Once the stakeholders are identified, it's important to establish the division of responsibilities and set owners' expectation, which is predominantly done through a contracting process. Contracting model depends upon the owner's risk appetite, organizational strength and resources, geographical location, skill sets, and project complexity. In spite of having the best contracting strategy and the right, does all mega projects see a successful closure? Let's have some industry trends. As per the IPA data, 60% of the mega projects does not see a successful closure, with 25% over budget and slippage in time. The key reasons for the project not meeting the time and the cost objectives are briefly highlighted on the right. To name a few: lack of project objectives, scope clarity, unrealistic timelines, and bottom line, but most important, is the trust gap between the owner and the contractor. Let's do a more deep dive or zooming in what this gap looks like. We did a root cause analysis based on our lesson learned, stakeholders' feedback, and owner's voice. We identified some critical areas of failure through a fishbone diagram. On the contractor side, we looked at engineering, execution, commissioning, startup as a preamble. And on the owner's side, we identified visibility, capability, and mindset. We believe these were the top pickups of our survey, workshops, and brainstorming. From the contractor's perspective, if I pick up the key elements, it's incomplete design definition, change management, poor supply chain issues, and inappropriate risk allocations. Whereas from an owner's perspective, it's a contract award on price versus value comparison, transactional relationship, and bit a myopic contracting arrangement. We then thought of transporting this into how it looks like from an project delivery perspective. If I look at a whole project as a pie diagram, I would say procurement and equipment material lies around 40% as an overall TIC cost. So this needs to be on the budget, and this needs to be the high strength area. Construction subcontracts around 25%, which generally are over budget, need to improve the management of subcontracts. Other costs like shipping and all, which is around 4%, needs to be on the budget. Risk and contingency, which is around 6 to 8%, invariably gets spent. design, which is around 8%, tendency to over design and overrun the budgets. Project management moves to around 8 to 10%. So poor project management, variation of claims erode the contractor's profits and can lead to litigations. So all in all put together, contractor ends up with around 6 to 7% of profit on the projects that go reasonably well. Having said that, from project as a jigsaw puzzle to the industry trends and from root cause analysis to the key enablers, Worley has identified its play area to move from the legacy project delivery approach to a digital data-centric delivery. For the purpose of this workshop or for this interaction, we have identified the 6 top elements, or I would say transformation agents, which Worley identifies to showcase and share with all the industry leaders as how do we make the difference in the whole value chain. On the left-hand side, you see the conventional approaches, and on the right-hand side, you would see the Worley way. We start with the first principles, which is pre-feed and feed. I'm going to showcase what we do in Worley, which is called speed feed, which is an integrated pre-feed and feed. On the engineering, I'm going to talk about smart engineering. We move from supply chain to value network. We move from construction management to modularization and construct seam. I'm going to have an overview on commissioning and RFSU to an operation readiness assurance, and moving from manual work processes to automation, which is a combination of digitalization and innovation. Speed feed. Speed feed is all about maximizing and integrating of pre-feed and feed with the use of digital tools to reach to your investment decision more faster. This is achieved by Worley's optimized process. The starting point to this is the Selex. Selex is a Worley developed digital database solution with a cross-functional data connectivity, quick option functionality, and provides a rapid building block for sizing and analysis. This helps to create a starting point for a data-centric delivery for transactions of projects rapidly and digitally into feed, eliminates inefficient and tedious manual processes. The next important element in the speed feed solutions is what I say is the optioneering. What does it mean? We use an OptiPlant, which provides optioneering and enables 3D conceptual modeling with interference-free auto routing, interface with software like HYSYS, Aspen, SPPNID, and in the next phase, moves directly to the 3D platform, whichever we would like to choose. Some of the key benefits: rapid assessment of challenging plant layouts, because customer would like to have the best possible value through various options of layouts, accurate material takeoff, and a consistent feed data following project to move rapidly and make better capital decisions. On the cost part of it, we use Aspen capital cost estimator that supports the generation of conceptual and detailed cost estimates over the whole project life cycle, helping better predictability and accuracy, thereby reducing risk. So speed feed benefits reduction of 50% in man hours and 30% in schedule. So that's the whole storyline as how we maximize the benefits of integrating the pre-feed and feed with the use of digital tools to improve the schedule. The next one is on the smart engineering. We have different definitions of smart engineering, but I have tried to coin it in the way Worley looks at it. The 4 strong pillars of smart engineering is advanced work packaging, Scrum, standardization, and integrated tools. Let's check each one of them at a very high level. Advanced work packaging is all about making projects more predictable. We need to have a mindset shift from construction rate to project delivery. AWP, or advanced work package, is back to front project planning and execution process for defining, aligning, sequencing, and pacing the execution of the EPC package that allows owners to facilitate to be designed and built more predictable, thereby improving the site labor productivity, reduction of construction schedule, and significant reduction in the safety accordance. On the left-hand side, you may see that on a very high level, it's taking the whole unit and breaking it into like a Lego block, and each Lego block goes backwards in terms of designing. And on the right-hand side, you see the advantages it yields to in terms of overall project economics. The next one is Scrum. Scrum is a framework that emphasizes teamwork, accountability, and it's an iterative process towards a well-defined goal. The framework begins with a very simple premise: start with what we can see and know. After that, track the progress and tweak as necessary. Scrum replaces the formal weekly review meetings, which we see more as a lagging indicators. Scrum leads a better visibility and provides us a leading indicator. Less of silo behavior, also involves the stakeholders. We do this including the customer, and that helps us to make the process more better and helps to solve the obstacles. Standardization. In mega project execution with multiple stakeholders, standardization of process design templates brings in a scale of economics. Further, it promotes uniformity, guaranteed asset performance, and low stock inventory. The last but not the least is the Worley's integrated toolset. Creates foundation for the true data-centric execution by providing automated data from concept till commissioning. Digital twin, which is a digital replica of physical asset with rich data which is created. To summarize, smart engineering is all about the intelligent asset being handed over to the owner, forming the foundation for a life cycle management. Worley strongly believes that we are moving in a trend where we need to hand over the asset, and it's no longer the drawing storyline which operates if we need to be competitive and if we need to be the leaders in this space. And I see this to be very well connected in the expectations with which Mr. Alok presented at the start. And if we do not catch up that pace, then we believe that we lose a big opportunity in this industry. Sorry. Yeah. The next one is the supply chain, where the industry speaks about supply chain, we talk about the value networking. Worley uses a cloud-based supply chain management system called Requis to be the single source of truth for supplier pre-qualification, ethics and compliance, and future global supplier management. This allows to buy, manage, and sell assets easily. That is procurement, marketplace, asset management, directory. Buying and selling on Requis reduces the assets TCO and fosters circular economy. We believe this tool has made a fundamental change and helped us to save around 15% of our man hours in terms of services to the customer. While the world speaks about modularization, we talk about modularization as a plug and play concept. Safety, workmanship, skilled labor, logistics, and schedule acceleration are the key considerations from modularization approach. In various global projects that Worley has executed, Worley has pushed the envelope on moving work to the module shops, including commissioning, to foster the plug and the play delivery model. And we have been successful in this. This is done by onboarding the module partners at the early stage of the project, I would say around the feed stage or in sometimes even the pre-feed stage, and partnering with them as a part of the project delivery. This ensures competitiveness and skin in the game. The cost and the schedule with modular project tends to be less variable than the stick-built one. I believe this is the most underestimated benefit in modular evaluations when people do like-to-like comparison. ConstructSeam. ConstructSeam is a data-centric 3D model software used for work phase planning on projects. This provides a virtual construction simulation to increase the visibility of the construction model and the ability to respond rapidly to site issues, productivity, cost reductions, and improving the risk mitigations and team safety. Here are a few examples of the status reports tabulated on the virtual construction model to indicate data on isometrics, vendor drawings, material availability, and piping installation statuses, which become very handy for the construction team. Operational readiness ORA, around 40% of capital projects suffer from significant operability problems and production softfaults. Lack of operational inputs during engineering and design is the main cause of the extensive delay in startup, quality issues, rework, and production losses. What could be the top reasons? Key operation decisions in feed phase are not being effectively challenged or not integrated, and project ownership transition and facility acceptance happens over a shorter period from the contractor to the owner. Successful implementation of the ORA helps us to eliminate regret cost, reduce impact of project specific and common operating risk, increases project to asset owners handover transition time. To measure ready to operate conditions, Operation Readiness Index is developed. Key operation practices on 18 areas. You would see that at the center of the slide. These are those 18 areas on the project, which has been benchmarked against the industry practices. We realize return in the order of magnitude of 5% saving of the total original capital cost investment by implementing an ORA over the multiple phases of the project. Worley has a very expert team which works on this and supports the customer. Here, more or less, I have showcased the various elements that Worley uses and a key differentiator to the conventional one. Moving to the digital acceleration and automation. At digital acceleration, we aim to innovate and implement digital solutions to enhance the project delivery. Foregoing slides showcase Worley's in-house suites of digital tools and platforms. The endeavor of moving on the digital journey is not ad hoc. We have laid a clear foundation stone with clear vision and objectives. Worley's global aligned standard tool set facilitates the move to a data-centric project execution and greatly influence the project delivery to our owners. This is a planned process, as I said. We aim to achieve this with 3 pillars of change. It's not going to be easy. Changing by connecting our people, establishing a common tool set, and enabling our projects. You may see on the right-hand side, we have a very clear vision and a plan. We are not going to do this overnight. We are going to do it in a phased and a planned manner. But Worley has a clear strategy in place as how he would like to bring this on the board and create value to the customers. I would like to showcase few of this which are already in place and implemented on multiple projects in the next slides. OMI. OMI stands O for organize, M for management, I for interface, and E to enlighten. It is an in-house cloud-based tool to manage project interfaces and key work processes. Conventional processes are manual, paper-based, resulting in inefficiency, lack of transparency, multiple data sources, uncertainty, and no traceability. However, by bringing on OMI on board, this has helped us to develop mandated workflow processes, ensuring data integrity, stored everything in one location, security level setups, data cannot be accidentally deleted, and data flow and approval history for transparency. Significantly increases the project delivery. A quick dashboard. Worley has been very clear in this journey to move away from 150 pages of report to dashboard. So here is a snap view of a dashboard which identifies different elements we intend to measure and showcase. And this helps as a very handy tool for the project manager to identify if there are any lacunas, lagging or leading indicators in any of the work process that we do. Presently, this has been used for tracking the site RFIs, drawing change notes, internal design coordination reviews, change management, project actions and decisions, to name a few. Robotics, process automation, and bots. We have increasing demands from customers for a quicker, leaner, and more cost-effective solutions. And the future lies in embracing the digital solutions. This creates the need for robust digital solutions that can drive quality, efficiency in our business. Our digital team has implemented a two-pronged approach that utilizes automated rule-based activities, through robotic process automation, which we say RPA, and a cognitive activities through artificial intelligence AI. We have developed in-house Worley Digital Store, a library of bots helping us to move from human efficiency to automation, thereby saving time, reducing rework, and improving quality. The most used bots from our store are listed on the left-hand side, and we have also tracked what savings it brings to us. We have a real-time dashboard, which I am presenting, which talks about various disciplines which use them. On the right-hand side, it gives about the times of the bots run and the savings per bot. And on the left-hand side in the bottom quadrant, we cumulatively talk about what savings it has got to Worley globally. And this has been happening from 2018. So I think we are on the right path, and we are going to accelerate it going forward because this brings value to our customer. Moving from the bots, I would like to speak on asset lifecycle information. We are helping owners to generate business value, which means reducing cost or risk, by operating and making changes to their physical assets. Every business case made around the digital must end up in a physical action. Worley has embarked a journey to move beyond third dimension, and the aspiration is to engage with the owner up to the 7th dimension. That is the complete asset lifecycle management. With a strong positioning and maturity achieved on the 3D platform delivery, immediate focus is to move the needle to the 4th, which is the time element, and 5th, which is the cost dimension. By embedding the project plan, real-time progress, and cost planning data in 3D, the digital model becomes intelligent and the actual working representation of the asset in the construction field is possible. We have just commenced our journey by executing pilots in 4D and 5D and have targeted the transformation to mega scale projects with a definitive time frame. I would just like to quickly share our merits, challenges, and path forwards that we have until till now for the pilots that we have run. So from a merit point of view, it enhances stakeholders' involvement in the construction because they become a part of the journey. Construction cost and resources managed efficiently, minimizing the construction downtime, RFI management, and communicate. So this has been a very clear, a mover, or we could see that as an advantage. What is the challenges? Typically, we start construction before 60%. So sometimes this becomes a challenging to put on everything stuff on the 4D and start monitoring it. Sometimes some owners' buy-in is important because they need to look at it from an investment cost point of view and resource skill sets for implementation. So we are on this challenge path and we are making a headway on this. The path forward is to implement the AWP package, as I explained you in my previous slide, and bringing it to the 4D and 5D, and construction teams involvement right from the start. So I think all put together, we are on the learning curve as far as the 4D and 5D is concerned, but we have made the start. And I think that's important, which I wanted to share with all the leaders here. With our current experience on the digital realtor, I think these are all the merits, challenges, and the path forwards that you would see. Here are a few global projects that we are executing across Worley, which are similar mega scale projects from oil to chemicals. The biggest benefit we see is we are all around the place, which means best practices, lesson learned, and a continuous improvement drive. I think that keeps us almost to say that we are market leaders in this domain, or I would say in the delivery. I'm now moving from the hydrocarbon part to the energy transition. The world is now experiencing the third major energy transition. And it's more important to move towards the sustainable energy solution. We understand that there's not a singular solution to decarbonize the world energy system. Multiple approaches, skill sets, and technologies will be required at different times and in different places. Industry emits around 28% of global greenhouse gas, out of which 90% is the carbon dioxide. Decarbonization of industry is technically possible through combination of technical solutions, the optimum mix of which varies widely for different emission sources. Worley Advision provides solution to control emissions from different scopes as highlighted. We deliver low carbon solutions for a sustainable and a profitable operations. On energy transition, Worley claims to be a leader. As we are providing solutions in reducing emissions in the existing owner operations, we are delivering the projects creating new low carbon business. We have energy transition experiences of more than 2,000 projects in solar, wind, nuclear, renewables, biodiesel, green hydrogen electrification, carbon capture, and utilization and storage. Worley is leading to help owners transition to low carbon future. To summarize, Worley's sustainable project delivery mission is built on the strong foundation of our people, processes, and tools. We strive to deliver a digital solution that works and enables us to adapt and continuously improve and lay foundation for a data-centric project execution. On a closing note, unlock the brilliance of Worley to deliver a world-class execution and value to the owner. Thank you.
Thank you, Nilesh. You have yourself truly unlocked the brilliance of Worley today.
Thank you.
Giving us a exposition of so many new concepts that you have introduced in project management. And thanks for sharing them with us so transparently. Whether it is speed feed concept or the concept of Scrum or the concept of RPA, to the introduction of 4D and 5D ways of project management. 4D, in which you integrate the 3D model with the project schedule on a live basis, and further 5D, you integrate cost also along with it, so that cost controlling capabilities on a real-time basis can be implemented and managed. So it's fantastic. I mean, it's an excellent presentation. You have captured probably the entire wish list that I had from today's presentation. Others have also done very well.
Thank you, Mr. Deshpande.
But yours has been absolutely brilliant. As I said, the Worley's brilliance has been unlocked today by you. So thank you for it. Thank you for taking so much of effort in making this presentation today, and patiently waiting for your turn in spite of the long
Thank you, Mr. Deshpande. Thank you.
So very enjoyable, and I'm sure everyone has benefited. Even though many people who have started might not be there right now at the fag end, please be assured that our recording of this will be shared with everyone, all those who have registered, and even to others who have shown interest. So even though you might have had a very low audience, you will finally get through to them through the recording. That has been the experience of our first webinar. You know, because probably that's the reason why many people knew that they will get the recording in any case. So it could be probably the reason why you may have a lower attendance right now. But don't worry about that. This will be shared, and excellent presentation by you. So we now go to Satish. Satish, who is going to present Floor's capability. He is an executive director with Floor. He is director of proposals, and he's a chemical engineer with advanced project and project management qualification. Has 28 years of experience, and prior to Floor, he was with L&T and served in L&T in various positions. GM and head estimation and proposals, head refinery business, and was head of L&T engineering at Vadodara. So Satish, you have had the most patient test of weights today. So over to you for your last over of the match.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Deshpande, for the introduction. Let me just put up my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we are.
Am I audible?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Good evening, Professor Pant, Mr. Deshpande, Mr. Vishwakarma, fellow panelists, and all the participants. I know it's always tough to be the last speaker of the day, and I thank everyone for staying back to listen to this session. And I see still, Mr. Deshpande, a good number of participation, So,
Good.
yeah, so it's a good forum, and I think people have found it interesting, So it's not as good as what we started with. So let me start by congratulating the organizers, Lovraj Kumar Memorial Trust, for this very impressive webinar series on oil to chemical strategy. I'm deeply impressed by the presentations made by various speakers in webinar 1 and webinar 2, and I'm very happy to be a part of this second webinar. My topic for the session is implementation challenges for oil to chemical projects. And being the last speaker, I would say that a lot of it has been covered by the other speakers, my eminent speakers from the industry. I'll just put it in the slide mode.
Okay.
Yeah, it's clear, I suppose.
Yes, it is clear.
Okay. So considering the elite gathering here, and you said that you're going to share the recordings also with the industry and the people who have registered for this, I thought it's very appropriate that I take this opportunity to give a quick update on management transition, which took place at Fluor effective 1st January 2021. Mr. David Constable, who is a member of the board, has taken over as CEO effective 1st January, succeeding Mr. Carlos Hernandez. We also have a new simplified management structure designed to pursue opportunities in our designated markets. So we have 3 new business groups, which is Energy Solution, Urban Solutions, and Mission Solutions. And what they do is given here, but in a nutshell, Energy Solution focus on energy transition, chemicals, LNG, and traditional oil and gas markets. Urban Solution focus on innovative and sustainable solutions in mining, metals, advanced technology, manufacturing, life science, infrastructure, and professional staffing. And Mission Solutions focus on federal agencies across US government and select international opportunities. So various activities like we do in carbon capture, green energy, life science, advanced materials, and all that is listed here. And it may take a workshop to talk about all of them. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Fluor Daniel in India, and some of you may be already familiar with our operations. We are a full service organization in Gurgaon, specifically focused on India segment for PMC, consultancy, FEL work including pre-feed, feed, EPCM services. In India market, we are focusing on services only, like one of the earlier panelists said, bringing in our high quality proven project best practices, systems, software, and other execution platforms. In India, we have completed 25 years last year. For our operations in Gurgaon, we have 1,500 plus headcount. We have executed multi-million type hours per year, both local and global projects. Over the 25 years, we have completed 250 plus projects for our global and local clients, out of which 45 are fully led from New Delhi office. So we do sort of concurrent or work share projects also, but some of the big projects were handled and led fully from New Delhi office. Fluor India is also Fluor's modularization center for excellence, and we do the advanced third gen modularization activities. In this office, we have about 70 global subject matter experts and four senior fellows and fellows. So talking about O2C experience, our refining and petrochemical experience and the downstream chemical derivatives, spans across more than 9 decades and have demonstrated our expertise through involvement in all phases of the project, from feasibility studies to feed to mega projects, PMC, EPC, EPCM, and to turnarounds. We also have vast experience of developing configuration, optimization, and integration, including for relocation. Fluor is a technology independent company and well versed with all the technologies, which ensure that no conflict of interest exists to select right technology. We have excellent working relationship with all technology licensors. In the puzzle here, I have tried to depict an integrated refinery and petrochemical complex built with an optimized layout. I was recently involved as a program director for a pre-feed study for an integrated refinery and petrochemical complex for one of our clients in Asia Pacific, where we were involved right from land selection, like onshore versus a reclaimed land, master plan development, developing infrastructure, offsites and utilities, marine facilities, thereafter crude selection, selection of process configuration, starting with refinery block, then going to a cracker and downstream petrochemicals and derivatives. Fluor has played a major role in PMC, EPCM or EPC contractor in building such facilities globally. Some of the major oil to chemical projects are listed here. So, among these are Petronas Rapid, Kuwait Zohr project, which had a great extent of modularization, Saudi Kian Petrochemical Complex, Sasol, Lake Charles Chemical Project, and others. And we were involved in each one of these from the New Delhi office. Let me also mention here that some of these projects, such as Petronas Rapid, were executed in JV, considering the sheer size and the magnitude. So it was a sort of an integrated project management team comprising of one or more companies, which is a logical thing to do. Currently, we are engaged in several chemical projects, which is where the growth wave is globally going to see. On the domestic front, major projects we have executed includes PMC for Reliance J3 expansion, EPCM for gasification complex. We are currently in the role as PMC plus, that is like PMC for the LSTK and the EPCM for utilities and offsites for BPCL Kochi polyols petrochemical project, which is a downstream value addition project for ethylene and propylene derivatives. Last year, we completed a pre-feed for crude to chemicals complex for one of the domestic clients. So looking at the oil to chemical perspectives, we are seeing oil to chemical projects on rise, which is resulting from steering the molecule for best disposition. Investment grade business case must be anchored by well-planned, well-executed strategy. I think I don't need to talk about it right from the introductory speak to keynote address to the other speakers. They have been talking about it. The success of highly integrated facility will depend on number of factors. First is facility planning, by which I mean market and logistics, project phasing, timelines, assessing long-term feedstock availability, world-scale capacities, and having right implementation partners. Product screening and selection will be based on market size and demand growth, supply gap, investment grade economic rates of return, and viable alternatives, which we are looking at. Project execution focus will be on alignment with overall project objectives for safety, cost, quality, and schedule, with low life cycle cost, bringing facilities to a successful commercial operation and achieving a first time right startup to maximize the return on capital employed. So I've written a few things here, like, what is this well-planned, well-executed, the attributes related to that. So this is again talked by a number of speakers, but I'm putting it in a different way with the deliverables, because Mr. Deshpande, you also gave some pointers about the various phases of the project's timelines, cost estimates and the deliverables. So I thought it's appropriate to talk about that. So here I have a flow chart showing some of the deliverables for the 4 major project stages. FEL1, which is the conceptual phase, FEL2, pre-feed, FEL3, feed, which is then followed by EPCM or EPC phase, the execution phase. In FEL1, the focus is on identifying and selecting the best configuration based on crude basket, getting a high level estimate, typically an AAC class 5 estimate, and thereafter economic analysis for an initial gate approval. FEL2, this is conceptual, but before feed, getting overall material balance set and performing license selection activities, putting overall project planning and doing estimating and economic calculations. So these are some of the top things we are going to do in these phases. In some of the program toward the end of the pre-feed, there is an engagement of feed contractor, so they start early to ensure a smooth transition from pre-feed to feed. So at the end of the feed, the objective is that we have a plus or minus 10% cost estimate required for gate approval, and also that a well-developed package so that the EPC contractor can then take over from there and then implement the project. So there are like activities, if you're going for an EPC or an EPCM, tender preparation and related activities, which can go parallel with the feed completion. And each of these EPCM or EPC have their own merits and demerits. EPCM, however, in our view, like Mr. Deshpande, you also shared in the beginning, when one of the speaker talked about it, that it can help to shorten the schedule through avoidance of time and effort required for EPC tendering. And more importantly, as you said, provides execution flexibility and transparency. So it's a good strategy for PMC or an EPCM contractor to do utilities and offsites, since utilities and offsites is something that's subjected to change as the design develops, or the engineering progresses. So we have done these on several projects executed globally. Though it looks like a lot of activities here, we have been able to accomplish this with a pretty small team efficiently. So one of the emphasis I want to show here is that in Floor, New Delhi, we have a study excellence team. In my resume, when you saw there, I talked about executive sponsor for that. So I'm sponsoring that team. So this is like a dedicated consulting team who do this FEL1 and FEL2 work with and provide conceptual estimates. So I talked about this pre-feed and feed in my previous slide. In pre-feed, in addition to material balances and license selection activities, project schedule and an AAC class 4 estimate is prepared to support the overall project economics. In my previous slide, I also mentioned about, if you have looked at it, in one of in FEL2, I talk about the BEAM here, Business Engineering Alignment Meeting. So basically what is that the BEAM all about is that it's a best practice and is basically getting everybody involved in the project aligned on what goals are, what the end product is going to be. This is essentially important to manage the capital expenditure. So like we are planning the facility, we are implementing the facility, and we have to manage within the schedule and the time, So we get together with all the stakeholders and then we align on the goals, so that everybody work towards the same goal. Let me also briefly talk about FEL3 or the feed activities. In feed, the main goal is to prepare a class 3 estimate, which is more detailed, more accurate, and provide adequate definition for EPC contractor. Feed contractor in FEL3 takes the licensor PDP and develops it. There's a lot of focus on P&IDs at this stage, starting from licensor initial P&IDs, development of P&IDs for open art units, utilities, and offsite. As a practice floor, when we do feed, we build a 3D model. An estimate of 10%, we believe that an estimate of plus or minus 10% accuracy at the end of the feed would require engineering development of 3D model to generate quantities based on, it's basically based on issued for HAZOP P&IDs and issued for design plot plans. So IFH P&IDs and IFD plot plans. There are other considerations. This again comes from the pointers we discussed about the benchmarking. Which are like predominantly, I will talk about 4 of them: process benchmarking, cost benchmarking, schedule, and project benchmarking. And I think as a, when we are looking at oil to chemical facilities, this is very important to look at each of these benchmarking. So one of the major benchmarking area is energy intensity. It's a multi-step process through concept, feasibility, licensor bid up, and feed to ensure that energy intensity objectives are met. In pre-feed, number of sub-optimization studies are performed by evaluating simultaneous peak requirements, startup and shutdown sequences. Also, overall energy intensity of the complex can be reduced by exploiting synergy opportunities in process units, steam and fuel systems. Starting with licensor selection, we calculate energy intensity from each licensor proposal. We look at utility summary, determine how much energy is proposed and benchmark with internal reference point and compare licensor designs to that. Likewise, we do for the open art units. Cost and schedule benchmarking, of course, are very critical and important. At Floor, we have a historical data center. We call it HDC, which has a dedicated team of experienced professionals who are continuously working on establishing and updating all globally executed project information, and has phenomenal amount of data on refinery, petrochemicals, aromatics, and chemical derivatives. We have experience management system, which is the reference platform for schedule benchmarking. We of course do schedule risk analysis and things like that. So when we commit a schedule, we want to make sure that that is executable, and we do it within that time frame. And it's also very important to mention here that in all these benchmarking exercises, subject matter experts are used on a part-time basis. I said in my previous slide, in one of the earlier slides, that we have a number of subject matter experts locally, as well as in our other parts of the organization globally. So they are used on a part-time basis to review the findings, identify additional studies to be done, optimization opportunities, and review various reports which are prepared during these phases. So on execution part of it, execution challenges are multifold for complex facilities. Some of the key success factors for successful project implementation is mentioned here. I'm not going to read out all that. Establishing a baseline early in the project will provide for appropriate allocation of resources and delivery of project to the baseline. A baseline-centric approach requires that every function involved in the project, right from initial development through engineering, procurement, construction, and implement the fundamental business processes designed to deliver expected schedule, cost, and quality results. So it's also very important that we leverage the past data, knowledge management, integrated solutions, and alternate execution approaches, which are plan Bs, and risk identification and mitigation, which can contribute to a successful outcome for project execution. So these there are these levers which I talked about, and it's all captured here. Something which is very important is value improvement practices. So the aim through value improvement practice is to improve project economics by value engineering and optimization program. Clients' cooperative engagement is very essential here for successful completion of this activity to improve the project outcome. So if I have to classify this into few buckets, first will be value engineering ideas involving comprehensive study with multidiscipline engineering. Second is optimization studies to explore value and evaluate ideas supporting project execution. For example, plot optimization, modularization study. And thirdly, the design and simplification to execute value engineering program. Say, for example, process simplification, optimizing project design requirements such as utility system configuration, water loop system, handling of various wastewater streams. The practice is that at the beginning, a VIP or value improvement practice alignment session is conducted, where we go through all the VIPs to see if all of them are applicable on class of facility. For example, there is a VIP on client specification. So we look at if the specification offer the best value. Design to capacity is another. So do we have the right capacity? Are we putting in over capacity that doesn't provide value? In some of the projects, we have seen that some of the clients involve their financial teams to involve in this study. So that shows the importance of this, So we look at leverage each levers available to contribute towards the competitiveness, and then, making that the whole design, development, and execution is very efficient. In addition to traditional value improvement practice, it is also important to look at solution related to fit for purpose design, reduction in quantities, low cost sourcing, and constructability. So some of the attributes related to that I have listed in the slide. I'm not going to read that out. So here, my colleague also talked about advanced work packaging and constructability and things like that. So I'm going to talk about it a little later. We have this master plan lifecycle solutions, which includes integrated proprietary and commercial software, industry recognized global expertise, and floor integrated work processes, which help our project teams to design, build, and maintain world-class facilities. It includes advanced process system analysis tools that allow to provide customers with essential information to make best decision about the process system. A few applications deployed during various phases of the project is mentioned here. There was some interest with respect to the document management system, which we use. We use CoreWorks for document management, and MC Plus and things like that are our internal for mechanical completion to turnover. Madman is for material management. So there are few, these are the few tools which we use here, and engineering we have, again, in-house plus bought out software available. Some of these I'm going to cover in the next slide. So if you look at the journey of data across various projects in a digital integrated digital platform, so that's something which I'm trying to show here. The applications in the initial phase includes dynamic simulation, discrete event simulation, probabilistic availability and reliability modeling, and advanced solutions like computational fluid dynamics. When a unique challenge arises, these tools allow us to minimize customers' risk by validating and optimizing new designs or troubleshooting solutions for existing facilities. So we deploy this, like some of these solutions like dynamic simulations and things like that, we do during the initial phase. And also when the plant is constructed, we get into some, even for some simple things like lifting issues or constructability issues or operational issues, we get into that and run these applications. Feed stage involved 3D model development. And I think the previous speaker talked about OptiPlan. So in the feed stage, as I said, it's a flow practice to do 3D modeling. So we use OptiPlan with possibilities of walkthrough and enable accurate quantification to support feed cost estimate. 3D model from OptiPlan will be migrated into Smart 3D to start detail engineering phase or during the detail engineering phase. In the EPC, EPCM phase, flow smart plant execution solutions are set of which are a set of highly integrated process across all phases of typical engineering, procurement, construction, and maintenance project. So by focusing on work process optimization and automation through rules and best practices utilization, it is possible to provide optimum plant design designed to meet client project goals. There are tools like InSequence, which is a construction automation work process that delivers construction-focused execution planning for critical project work sequencing and resource availability through 4D construction simulation. So I've listed down the applications which we use across these various phases, starting from FEL1 to the implementation, and then the data handover during the operational phase, the asset database, and the transfer to the CMMS and things like that. So getting into the supply chain strategy, it involves low-cost sourcing, or we also call best country sourcing. So best country sourcing or low-cost sourcing should not be considered as inferior material sourcing and shall take into consideration all the technical and quality requirements. The other strategies involve direct mill buys, best time and place to buy, fabrication strategies, packaging strategy, logistics strategy, and hedging strategies. I will talk a little about the long lead items. This again was one of those pointers. LLI's list is usually prepared during the LLI list is typically prepared considering the current market intelligence, critical path schedule analysis, and schedule risk analysis. There could be additional considerations like limited number of manufacturers, limited material availability, and things like that. So some of those LLIs may be fully inquired, evaluated, and planned for purchase during feed or early phase by client and later novated or reissued to EPC contractor, or could be purchased by EPC contractor if you have a well-defined specification in the feed package. Then immediately upon award or commencement of EPC project, the EPC contractor would be in a position to award these critical equipments to meet the overall schedule. So if you look at a typical oil to chemical facilities where we have an refinery integrated with cracker, which is further integrated with the downstream chemical, cracker block sitting in the middle is very equipment intensive, and you know that these days the ethylene cracker plants are like 1.5 MMTPAs and beyond that. And if you do an SRA with these facilities, the integrated facility, you will find that we have to do something on the cracker because those charge gas compressors and the critical equipments there to meet the timeline. We want to start the production early and get into that market early. So which is where the decision on early placing of order for LLIs come into place. So moving on to construction. Construction typically represent about 30 to 35% of the project TIC and is the second biggest contributor to project capital cost. Some of the key cornerstones of construction-driven execution are engaging construction as early as possible, seeking advice from construction representative on the project during various phases, asking what is best for construction, focusing on long-term impact versus short-term deadlines. So we get into this dilemma at times, between long-term impact and the short-term deadlines. So prudent thinking is required there, and also prioritizing field efficiencies and productivity over the needs of one discipline or the area. So these are some critical things one need to look at. Three keys to construction, of course, all of us know in a construction-driven execution are people, planning, and delivery. In these days of digitalization, we looked at that integrated platform, which I shown a little earlier on the digital data journey. Plan for construction automation tools early and using them to the fullest capacity is the key. And Mr. Alok Sinha talked about the key factors for timely construction. Some of these he touched upon, which is like in-time mobilization of construction resources, meeting local and compliance requirements. That's specifically important, like, if there are some local regulations and minimum local content and things like that. So we need to be compliant to that. Construction-oriented management, area-wise management and interface work. This again comes to that work package, advanced work package, which I'm going to talk about. Maximizing outside fabrication work, like, shop fabrication, maximization, and preparation of work against rainy season. So these are some of those things, key factors which can help for timely, enablers for timely construction. So though my previous speaker talked about this advanced package work packaging, productivity enhancement through advanced work packaging is an excellent approach. Advanced work packaging is a process that aligns different phases, disciplines, and deliverables of a project through planning and execution activities. The success of advanced work package is dependent on numerous deliverables, including work breakdown structure, path of construction, then the schedule, work package boundary definition, creation, constructability, and alignment of deliverables to support construction requirements. The process, of course, starts with the front-end planning, defining the work breakdown structure, determining the engineering work package, construction work package structure, thereafter design and engineering of the work package with respect to scope, drawings, specifications, standards, and quality requirements, and subsequently producing an installation work package for the execution at field. So what we have realized is that for every hour spent on an advanced work package, we can serve around 20 hours in the field, and that's very beneficial especially when we look at shorter time frames for the implementation of these projects. So I also thought it's very prudent to touch upon the contracting approach. While there are various combinations possible, like I thought I picked up one of them, especially for a mega project. There are various contracting approaches possible, and one of the approach for mega project is shown here. The facilities could be broken down into smaller projects that needs to be managed by a consolidated and disciplined project management team. So you have an overarching like a master project management consultant. So the complexities with respect to this sort of an integrated facility where you have starting with the crude and then going to the chemicals, derivatives, and things like that. We have multiple risk challenges that could impact the project objectives. So the active project management is essential for achieving the right time first startup to reduce overall schedule and to meet the capital investment and production cost expectation. So what I've tried to show here is that I have this blue color band. So these color bands are like, something like a different set of contractors. So the blue color band here, for example, is one contractor to start with. So the same company is involved in multiple roles like master PMC, utilities and offsite feed consultant, and utilities and offsites EPCM, and also PMC for all these LSTK or EPC packages. And as I mentioned earlier, it's a good strategy for EPCM consultant to do utilities and offsites, since this is where area where during the course of design development of ISBL facilities, changes may happen, and that can be absorbed. And you can design an optimized capacity utility packages on an offsite facility. So smaller projects, this approach can be different, so I just represented one here. So I'm coming to the last slide, Mr. Deshpande. I said that I'll give you some time back, So what we looked at is, I know that there was a fishbone diagram talked about why the project fails, typically why mega projects fail. So I tried to show here a spider chart from IPA. So some of the reasons are very well known, which are like poor planning, lack of clear baseline leading to execution slip, cost growth, unclear roles and authority, and poor stakeholder involvement. So from the experience of Floor of successful project implementation, the key features we see are well-defined goals with effective planning and execution, experienced project team who works as a partner to the client for reliable and predictable implementation with high standards of safety and quality. And we can talk on and off, on and on for each of these aspects like safety and the emphasis on quality and things, effective planning and things like that. Then clear contracting strategy is the key. So we need to write the right contract, because we need to remember that it's a primary risk assessment tool. Having a right contract, it's a primary risk assessment tool. Well-developed FEL stages are important, because then you have a smooth transition to feed to EPC to execution, so that's something which is very important. Many times to manage the schedule or cut the schedule, we do a poor job on the feed, and then a lot of risks get passed on. And then when we get into the detail engineering and implementation, there are a lot of changes, and that's where a lot of issues come in the change management per se. Clear contracting strategy is important. Well-developed FEL stages is important. Realistic schedule is something which is very important. And we need to realize that what time which is required. We can have various strategies, as I said, like LLI ordering in advance, and then constructability, or like, integrated construction or work packaging and things like that to reduce the schedule. But at the end of the day, the schedule needs to be quite realistic. Prudent and ongoing risk assessment at every phase of the project is very important. It has to be an ongoing process. You need to do it during the execution on a monthly or a quarterly basis, revisit. And if you are mitigated, then see that there are new risks coming up, or like, if there are going to be something which is foreseen coming later on in the commissioning and the operation stage of the project. Robust and integrated work process help, which I showed previously, and maximized asset utilization. So all these can, like, I know it's a big list and it's quite ambitious, but if you try doing many of these things, we can ensure that the project get to the success with respect to the cost and schedule. So that's it. Thank you everyone who has joined this session and patiently listened to my talk at the fag end of this webinar too. And my thanks to the organizers for letting me participate and present in this very impressive virtual forum. I'm happy to respond to any questions coming in my way. And I wish you all a great time ahead. Thank you, Mr. Deshpande, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Satish, for a very good presentation. The good part of today's webinar is when I was planning the webinar on this topic, on this theme, one thing kept me worried all the time, that the business of doing project execution and management is so similar and identical with every company. Will I be making every company repeat the same thing again and again, and 6 people doing it over the 3 hours period? Will it become boring? But let me tell you one thing. Each one of you has explained the same topic in your own different style, using new terminologies of your own company, your own organization, new concepts, new graphics, new representations. The same theme: how to manage front end, how to manage engineering, how to manage procurement, how to manage construction. That's basically the essence of this webinar. But each one of you have done it uniquely in your own way and presenting your own company's strategy and your focus. And listening to that has been very interesting. There is no repetitive nature of the same subject being talked about. You don't get a feeling of that. You listen with the same intent and same interest. So that's the best part of all the presentation that we have had today. Now, we have already overshot the time. So what I will do is I'll only permit one question. So Rajiv, you are the person who are the first one. If you have you had a look at the questions addressed to you? Rajiv, are you online? Rajiv Gupta?
Yes, sir, I'm online.
Yeah, okay.
I hope you are able to hear me.
Yes. Now you choose one question which you would like to answer from the question and answers box, which you think is most important for you to give a good explanation about your or your company's capability. There are a couple of questions asked, and choose one of them which you think is the most significant. Same thing to Mr. Balarama Krishnan. Choose one question. Most of your questions are pertaining to the use of natural gas, etc. So you choose one question, and then I'll have one common question to all of you. I think Mrs. Prema Suresh is also joined, so she can also answer the common question that I have towards the end. Yes, Rajiv.
So just a minute, please. Sir, I have this question being put up actually. That you have referred about conceptual and philosophical issues in project execution. My feeling is that conceptualization is in very early design stroke basic engineering stage, while philosophical issues refer to project execution model. structured by consultant and reviewed by client, or can also be dictated by client. Are you in agreement with me? Sir, actually, I beg to slightly differ on this. What we intend to say over here is that both conceptual and philosophical issues are captured in the project implementation plan. When the document, the key document, which you will prepare as part of your execution strategy. Okay, conceptual issues could be the number of contractors you're going to have, the number of mechanical contractors, the number of civil contractors, how you're going to break down your workflows, what sort of strategy you will adopt. Will the structural steel will be a free issue material, or will it be given to the contractors as part of the contractor scope of work? Will you have a composite contractor, or you will have a different civil or different electrical contractor? And philosophical issues also with regard to the design part of it. When you are finalizing the bid with the licensors, when you are finalizing your strategies with regard to the execution. So both goes in hand in parallel. And that is the beauty of EPCM execution, because that flexibility and that that initial takeoff is available with you. That period of 6, almost like 4 to 5 months you have for better preparation. At the same time, along with the licensor, along with the client, you can work together and finalize both your conceptual and philosophical issues. You need not have to wait for another 4 months or 5 months or 6 months for your after bid the feed to be completed or the LSTK contractor to be finalized. That is the advantage which you get in an EPCM project being executed. So for us, conceptual and philosophical issues goes hand in hand, side by side.
Thank you. That's a very crisp answer to a very ticklish question. Okay, Mr. Balaramakrishnan, your turn.
Okay, the question essentially performed to what are the factors for considering natural gas to fuels route over natural gas directly as a fuel. I get a feeling that whether natural gas to, you can use it as directly as a fuel, or you convert natural gas to fuel like a GTL. That's what it apparently appears. Now this is something, this has a multiple answers, and each case has its own economics. But in general, when you want to use natural gas as a fuel directly, you are emitting CO2 to the atmosphere. In industrial, can use natural gas. Natural gas can be for mobility application also. But however, the size will be a big determination factor in terms of the storage capacity, because it has to be compressed at very high pressure, and the quantum, especially for big trucks, it is a problem. And another aspect, natural gas to fuel, it is through the Fischer-Tropsch process. You convert into synthesis gas, then you make it to liquids. Now that is, you are adding cost to the entire value chain. Now, this essentially goes with the country specific. In the countries where the natural gas is the major and you have very excess natural gas, and that is the places where this type of processes work. But especially for India, where majority of the natural gas we are importing, converting into again fuels is an additional burden. So your answer that both are possible, and both can be a case depending on the specific situation. Regarding the CO2 capture point of view, converting it to syngas route, you will be, because it will be a pressurized, it will be easy to capture CO2 rather than the combustion route. But natural gas as a gas-based economy for CO2 removal is much lower expensive compared to coal. That way, natural gas-based economy is much better compared to a coal-based economy. Whether you want to use it as a direct fuel or you want to convert it to a fuel depends on what cost you will be getting natural gas, how much reserves you have a natural gas. So your answer pertains, each has its own specific solution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I know it's going to be a specific to the location and the local costs of natural gas and the product. So now, as far as Nilesh from Worli and Satish from Floor are concerned, your presentations have been excellent, but there have been no questions put in the question and answers box. So comparatively, compared to L&T and Technip, you are new entrants to the business of EPC or EPCM. So people or the clients are still yet to come to know about your competence and capability. Through your presentations today, I'm sure they will be knowing about you, knowing what you're capable of, knowing what you're proposing. So let's hope that there will be some questions by the time we meet again at another conference or a webinar. But I have a common question to each one of you, including Prema Suresh, Mrs. Prema, who has joined. My question is very simple. It's not a very difficult question. With the level of automation that you have indicated today in your presentations, with the level of effective and efficient management of all the different phases, front end phase, engineering phase, procurement phase, construction phase, the kind of efforts that you have put in to automate, digitize, introduce new concepts which break down the phase into elements and study of each element and analysis. By doing all this, what do you think would be the outcome over the next, say, 5 years of doing project management? By how much, to what extent do you think you will be able to reduce the cost overrun and the time overrun on projects? Or let me put it, if we take the 36 months schedule that Mr. Rajiv Gupta indicated as today's standard, I think he is more or less right in that 36 months is what today a typical project would take. Do you think with all the new innovations and optimizations and digitization that you are introducing, in the next 5 years, you will be able to achieve any significant reduction in the time? Or let me put it, a significant reduction in the time overrun and the cost overrun? And if so, to what extent? Let's begin with each one of you. Let's say I'll put this question to Mrs. Prema Suresh first, because you are the earliest speaker. So if
yeah,
you
yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. So yes, actually, two points I wanted to say. Okay, some very, very big projects would be like 36 months. But the most of the projects, what we are seeing now is like a hydrocracker. If it's once through, then it is only 30 months, which we are saying about. So anywhere nowadays in India, the first schedule which is given by the owner is only 26 to 30. Okay. Very, very mega projects is going up to 36 months or something like that. No, so that is where we wanted.
Let me correct. The schedule of Mr. Rajiv Gupta was on our EPCM mode. So in EPCM mode, obviously you will have 36 months. When it comes to EPC mode, some of the 36 months has been taken away by the feed. So that's why you get only 28 months as an EPC contractor. So let me generalize the question. Don't quote the 36 or 38. My question is simple. With all the level of automation and digitization that you are now introducing and planning to introduce over the next, let's say, 5 years, to what extent do you think you will be able to achieve reduction in schedule and cost?
Yes. So what I wanted to say is there will be a significant reduction. For instance, in almost all the contractors whom I just listened to, even Floor, the last one, which I heard that there is some form of construction, work front management, progress measurement, and all these stuff. So much of tools are there. Okay. So the thing is that, first of all, the owner and the client should be allowing us to, to prioritize the digitalization and automation over being a purely L1 contract. Or even if it is EPCM, in order to deploy all the tools, there is a cost associated to it. Okay, so the first thing which we need to see is definitely there is a very good reduction in cost, schedule, and also the ease of working, reporting, more than anything else, reporting, the accuracy of reporting. So all these things could be achieved by using a lot of tools. Having said this, we have to, as Asia being a L1 contract, so the mindset should change that, deployment of the tools require cost. So this cost has to be coming in some form in the contract. So having said this, yes, definitely it will not only the cost and schedule, it will also help the owner in traceability and in maintenance, in operation, and also the decommissioning of the plant, if all these tools are deployed and used.
Well, your argument is understood, it is noted, but as long as you are able to convince the client that whatever additional cost I'm going to incur for deploying these tools will be more than compensated, multifold times compensated by the advantage you get in schedule reduction and maybe reduction in the cost
reduction, accuracy of reporting, and also the operation and maintenance. I mean, It doesn't stop at construction.
Okay, so assuming that he agrees, let's say, in principle, that you can deploy all these tools and building the cost that you would need for these tools, what extent of reduction will you be able to achieve? Can you give a figure or indicative measure of how much reduction you would be able to achieve? Say 10%, let's say 20.
Maybe 5 to 10% could be easily achieved.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Balramakrishnan, same question, your answer?
Yeah. Actually, I will start with the same. In fact, the number is 5 to 10%, but that's the number what I want to tell. But the way I want to put forward is, what are we looking at? Why are we doing with optimization at various stages? First and foremost thing is error-free design, and that when the data getting transferred from one end to the next end to the next end, the misrepresentation of the data or changing the versions, all of them to be taken. And these are all the soft. I don't think a client need to pay for it because it's for your own benefit. Now, where exactly are the problems that can happen? Now, majority of the problems essentially happen, one, is in the site activities, where a site with the erection and as per the design, there may be some flaws. Second part is that you don't get the expert at the right time and you do not have the material coming at the right time. Now that can be the second part. And our contracts mostly are with, let us say, even in the commissioning also included, we have a certain time frame. Okay, so the commissioning getting delayed because of their own, the licensors expertise not available, this sort of a part. Now, just to give you a simple, during this COVID lockdown, when the project started coming, when there is no travel, we incorporated certain automation systems where everything happens with in a dashboard where all the painted diagrams and all the diagrams will be put. The licensor, the vendor, the engineering contractors, and the client sit across the table, and the actual equipment gets zoomed in that particular part. And we were thinking whether it will work. Essentially, it worked wonders for us. And in fact, it may be made as part of a system without extra cost. But at the same time, yes, too much of automation, there is a cost involved. But at the same time, it is for our own benefit in terms of risk mitigation also. So in that way, I personally feel with the mega projects, with $1 billion plus projects coming, the taking extra cost for the risk mitigation is not a problem compared to the schedule. And I expect 5 to 10% can be a very valid, which we, in fact, we indirectly verified with our recent experience. Thank you.
Good. Rajiv, what about your experience?
Sir, what you have said, I would just like to add two or three aspects into this, because you see, what drives a project? See, procurement part of it, equipment delivery constitutes almost 45 to 50% of your project progress. And another aspect is construction. 30% of the progress of your project is driven by construction. So out of 100% progress, 80% is driven by procurement, that is the supply of the material, ordering, supply of materials in time, and 30% is construction. I have briefly addressed in my presentation also, for that, and that is which controls your project. Sir, engineering can always be taken care of. Engineering can always be managed. yes, we can improve our deliverables to site. We can improve whatever flaws are there, whatever changes are being done at the last moment in construction, that can always be addressed by systems, by digitization, by rigorous methods being adopted. But there are two aspects which goes out of your hand as a project management and goes somewhere else. Now, these are the factors which we really need to control. We need to have good vendors. We need to have good contractors, whether it is EPC or it is my normal contractors, whether it is a mechanical contractor, civil contractors. So sometimes we say, oh, good, if this contractor has come, now my project is in safe hand. Now that's something, which is which really is going to drive your project. We can come out with numbers of 5% or 10% with all this digitization coming into picture. But sir, these two areas really are the ones which drives the project and which needs to be addressed properly with regard to the selection of the contractors, with regard to the loading of the vendors. You know very well, you see, in the last couple of years when this BS6 project has come up simultaneously at all the refineries, what issues we have faced. Indian industry was not ready to handle these projects simultaneously and deliver the equipments at site. So these are some of the issues which really need to be taken into considerations, when we come to a number or a figure, how much we can reduce the cost or the time.
I agree with
I would say time part of it, cost is definitely can be looked into, but time part definitely said there is a major aspect which goes out of our hands and goes to somewhere else, which really needs to be looked into from project to project.
Yeah, I agree with you that a bad contractor or a failing vendor are something which nobody will have a solution. Whatever systems you have improved and introduced, they may not be able to tackle these two failures. But assuming that these failures are not there, I mean, you generally have performing vendors and performing contractors. In that case, what would be because I wanted to have an idea about the outcome of implementing all these improvements and things. They should need to have.
Fine. Sir, absolutely, you're absolutely right. COVID has taught us a lot of lessons. And one of the biggest lessons, which I would say positive of COVID, is digitization. Yeah. Literally, the things have moved on to the digital platform. We were forced to move on to the digital platforms, no travel, all your hazards, all your reviews. You won't believe licensors, PNID reviews, licensor walkthroughs have been done on digital platforms. And, that has really changed the scenario. And I would say, and these things will become part of the normal execution now. This will not end here. This travel business will come to a stop. People have become tuned to it. He will say, why I have to travel? I will sit here. You show me the things. I will do it sitting here itself. I think, sir, I agree with the other two panelists. 5 to 10% is really a target which we should target to achieve in next 5 years to reduce this period. But take into considerations that these are mega projects with investments worth billions of dollars. So we just can't keep on squeezing the time frame at the end of the day. That's what my take is.
That's okay. Okay, Nilesh, your take on this.
Yeah. So Deshpande sir, as I said, I would give the numbers into two parts, and my number would be a half story, because when we talk about a complete asset management, as I presented, I think we need to look at all the stakeholders, which means digitalization cannot be just by the service provider. It has to be having an acceptable level by the customer, by the other stakeholders. And I think that's where the efficiency drives, so it cannot be in the engineering document. Having said that, our statistical record says that if we talk about the pre-feed and feed, which we have typically done, and the speed feed, which I mentioned, we have achieved around 15 to 20% plus of time, I mean to say, because here we just don't get into one size fits for all. And that's where it brings. So we need to sit with the customer and ask him, what's your end requirement? And then customize it for him. And that's where we get our efficiencies. On the EPCM part, which means moving outside the feed and then going on an execution to construction management, we have seen around 10 to 12% is what we have seen on an average as a number, which we have done, because here as I explained, we are moving from human efficiency to a system efficiency, which means the repetitive or the low hanging fruits have gone out from the system, and the same resource is being used to do something which is more productive. So these are our optics that we have more or less brought into to answer your question. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Satish, your take.
Yeah, hi. So again, I'm the last actually, so a lot about it has been talked about. I said, in my presentation, I talked about that journey of data. So the emphasis was on that. So if you ask me, I feel that with the amount of the IT platforms and then the integrated solutions available, and of course, the COVID has also taught us that nothing is possible. Everybody was apprehensive that we'll be on holidays, in those 3 months. But within a week, 10 days, we were back. The productivity, everybody says, is 100%, things like that. So we rise up to that challenge, actually. So what I say is that there are enormous platforms available, and there are tools people have been talking about. I do remember that when about 6-7 years back in my previous company, people talked about Smart Plant Foundation, because it is an integrated database where you have Smart Plant P&IDs and 3D and electrical instrumentation, and how do you maintain it, the system crash and things like that. But now it's a way of life, everybody is doing that actually. So what's happening is that each of these companies, as you well said, Mr. Deshpande, in the summary, that everybody has certain solutions named differently, applied differently, but the objective is towards timely completion and things like that. So I think these integrated platforms, they will at some point of time converge, and I sincerely, if you ask me, I will go ambitiously there, say that 10 to 15% of reduction is possible. Why? Because there is consistency of data across various phases. You have consistent tags across various systems, which minimizes errors and rework. We have validated and accurate data, which move through the various phases actually. So just as an example, as I said, OptiPlan to Smart Plan, then getting to Smart Plan to material management, SP construction, and then asset database. So you're seeing the full life cycle of data moving, and I'm sure the rework is minimal, and already last 10 years, 20 years, we are talking about concurrent engineering and things like that. So with these platform, I think we will leverage, this, because at the end of the day, in the competitive world, you want to get out and produce and make profit. Otherwise, technology will be obsolete or somebody else will be producing. So the minds of this IT people and then the engineering companies like us and the owners, they all come together and work towards that. Maybe we see a 15%. That's my take.
Okay, thanks for the answer. It was a tricky question, but it was only meant to make you realize that whatever you have presented and whatever you have showcased should ultimately pass on to the owner or to the industry by way of some benefit. In actual practice, maybe the reduction is not going to happen, for the simple reason being the size of the plant will go up, the capacity of the units will go up, the size of the equipments will go up. So probably whatever schedule you are maintaining now, you will probably maintain the same schedule, but for a much higher size of equipments, because the capacities would have gone up. This is what has happened over the years. Refineries from 3 million tons to 6 to 9 to 15 to now 30 million tons that has been the capacity jump overs of refining units. Same thing for crackers, beginning with uh, uh, 300 million to 300,000, that is 0.3 million ethylene crackers at the IPCL and GAIL complex. You have come to 6 million to 8 million to now 1.5 million at HMEL. So, whatever improvements you do enables only the capacity of the units to go up, and capacity going up improves the economics, because you are able to generate better IRR when the capacity of the units go up. When you produce more, you are able to get better return on the investment. So benefit is definitely passed on to the owner. Whether the schedule comes down or not, something more is enabled to the owner. But it has to be in place. All these things that you have showcased today should ultimately go into contributing in some way to benefit the client. by improving his project economics. So I'm sure it is going to happen. It has happened over the years. The industry has seen all these improvements getting introduced in the execution, and the benefits have come to them. That's why the owners are profiteering today. They are existing, I mean, they are enhancing their capacities, they're enhancing their product mix, they're increasing their business. All that has been made possible because of the solutions that you solution providers have come up with and provided them through your services. So I think it's almost 7:35 now, and I think much as we would like to go on deliberating on this subject and seek new ideas from each other, there is not going to be end to it. We'll probably go on doing this all through the night, but we have to close the seminar at some point, and I think we should do it now because a lot of ideas have been shared, and many new aspects, new concepts have been spoken about. I am sure the industry, when they engage you as service providers, will come to know more about it. They'll get more benefit out of it, and I only hope that all of you participate in all the competitive bidding that happens. Whoever be the PMC, whoever be the client, I'm sure you will be making your sincere effort to get qualified and then participate in the bidding. So my best wishes to all of you and best of luck in all your future endeavors. Mr. Shyam Bang is there. Let me see. Yes, sir. The final word is by you. Mr. Shyam Bang is the secretary, and he is present in almost all the forums right from the start to the end and takes great keen interest in all the proceedings. So I always ask him to say the final word. Over to you, sir.
Now, anyway, thank you, Ajay. I think it was a great session. It has extended a little bit in time, but the topic was very interesting. The presentation was very interesting. I think, in my opinion, the EPC companies in the country have really evolved with time. What we had 20 years back and what we had 10 years back and what we have now, the strength, the capabilities, just for the talent and the cost of the talent, with the result, a lot of overseas projects have been engineered in India. So ultimately, India has become the biggest beneficiary. The Indian projects have become the biggest beneficiary of that as compared to any other country, I would say, because all the world projects are being engineered here in India. So that experience is ultimately available with the engineers in India. And obviously, when the projects are being done in India, those projects are benefited with that experience which the engineers are bringing with them. So that's a fantastic advantage which the Indian projects will get from these EPC companies. We were basically talking of these oil to chemicals projects. Now, though everybody has presented their skills and they probably appear to be uniform for all the projects, but I think we had focused this session on oil to chemicals. And in my personal opinion, will still have some challenges because you may have a module for refinery, have been a very standard hydrogen plant or maybe isomerization plant or maybe aromatics projects. But when you want to integrate these projects, probably you will have some new challenges with the capacities will be different, the energy optimization. So the engineering companies will have to again go through that process of process engineering and detail engineering to optimize on those energy numbers. Then only you can see the benefit of integration of these refining and petrochemical projects together. So I'm sure the companies probably would be capable of doing that also. The other challenge which I can foresee is most of the global engineering companies have come here and doing projects utilizing the resources from different places. Now, when you are taking a contract in India, you can land up in a situation because you are dependent on some resources from Houston, some resources from London office, from Singapore office. And when you are really coming to a stage of execution after 1 year, after 18 months, maybe that resource is not available or occupied with something else. And that can create hurdles for you, which you do not anticipate. Because obviously you are counting on those resources and expertise available from resources. So these are some of the challenges which will come, but I'm sure the companies are quite capable of managing those things. But overall, I think the presentations were very useful and very, very interesting for the industry. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Okay, so I think we formally end the webinar today. Let me tell you that you will get a recording, a link of the recording in a couple of days from now. My only request to you is if you could share your presentations on the email ID of Lovraj Kumar Trust, so that we can draw those who are interested and who ask for it. We will share the presentations. If you could do that, it will be of great help to us. And let me personally thank all of you for having taken your time out and stayed connected throughout the session, which is a long drawn out session, shared your ideas with great enthusiasm and great interest. And I'm sure that there will be more occasions in the future to connect, because we are only now, oil to chemicals is only beginning to happen. And I'm sure some more projects will come through. Many of you will see success. And we will again call you to share your experience in doing a project successfully once you implement them. So let me thank you very much. And my thanks to Mr. Shyam Bang and Professor K.K. Pant also. Pant sahab, aapne kamal kar diya aaj. You have taken so much of responsibility of welcoming all the speakers with all the introduction of the trust and staying all through all the presentations. I think hats off to you. I'm very glad that you could continue with us all through till the end. And to all the panelists, once again, thank you very much, and wish you all the best in the coming year and time ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Bye, 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 bye.
Thank you, Rajiv.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good night, sir.
Give my regards.